Good afternoon, members, and good afternoon, everyone who has joined our meeting virtually. You're very welcome to February's Planning Committee meeting. Maura, can I pass over to yourself to take a roll call?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. You're hereby summoned to attend the monthly meeting of the Planning Committee, held remotely today, Wednesday, the 3rd of February, 2021. Councillor Jason Barr.
Here, Maura.
Thank you, Jason. Councillor John Boyle.
Here.
Thank you, John. Alderman Alan Breslin.
Here.
Thank you, Alan. Councillor Angela Dobbins. Councillor Angela Dobbins. I'll come back. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Sure.
Thank you, Paul. Councillor Sean Harkin.
Here, Maura.
Thanks, Sean. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Sure.
Thanks, Chris. Councillor Dan Kelly.
Sure, Maura.
Thank you, Dan. Alderman Keith Kerrigan. I'll come back. Alderman Hilary McClintock.
Here, Maura.
Thanks, Hilary. Councillor Kieran Maguire. I see Kieran's on. I'll come back to get a call in, but I see he's on the line. Councillor Philip McKinney.
Here, Maura.
Thank you, Philip. Councillor Aileen Mellon.
And Shaw, Maura.
Thank you, Aileen. Councillor Sean Mooney.
Maura.
Thank you, Sean. Just run back, members. Bear with me. Councillor Angela Dobbins. I can see Angela's on.
Yes, Maura.
Yeah, thanks, Angela. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
And you get in, Maura. Should be with us very shortly.
No problem. And Finally, another call out for Councillor Kieran Maguire. I definitely seen him on earlier. He's maybe just not been able to communicate with his chair.
It's on the screen there, Maura.
Yeah, but he's not calling out, so we'll count him in anyway. Hopefully we'll get a call out from him. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, members.
Thank you, Maura.
Oh, he's here. He's just sent in the chat there, Chair.
Oh, I see that. Oh, thanks, Kieran, and thanks for that, Maura. Members,
Keith has joined us as well.
okay. Maura, can you record
Yes, no problem, Chair. Thank you.
Reagan's attendance? Members, the next item on the agenda is a statement for remote meetings. I'd like to remind everyone who's in remote attendance that this meeting will be broadcast live via Council's YouTube channel and will be available for viewing by the public and the media. The broadcast will also be available for repeated viewing at a later date. This broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with Council protocol. Members and approved speakers are reminded they only have their mics and cameras on while speaking at the meeting, and to use the chat facility they request to speak. By participating in the meeting, you're consenting to being filmed and to the use and the storage of these images for broadcasting or training purposes, and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making these records available to the public. A copy of Council's privacy notice may be found at the Council on the Council website. Thank you, members. Members, can I ask for declaration of members' interests? No. There's no declarations of interest at this stage, but can I, if there's any interest arise as we go through the meeting, can members indicate and let us know? Next, I'm going to move on now to chairperson's business, and if you bear with me, in terms of chairperson's business, there's a few items. First and foremost, I just want to make reference to the number of applications that are in front of us today. There's 11 applications. 10 of those have got speaking, or have had individuals requesting speaking rights in respect to them. So what we would normally do is we would arrange the running order to accommodate those that have requested speaking rights. But given that there's so many in respect of all applications, I'm going to just highlight in terms of the running order, it'll be items 1 through to 9, then item 11, and the last item is item 10, which is the only item where there isn't any speakers in relation to it. So, members, I wanted to point out the obvious that we're going to be required to come back tomorrow to complete the business of this meeting, and I don't want anybody sitting on through today's meeting for 4 hours. And because first of all, I would like to point out that the protocol for the operation of the planning committee doesn't allow this meeting to extend for further more than 4 hours. So after the 4 hour mark, we need to defer and return to the business tomorrow. It's obvious that we're going to record this. The business of today's meeting will require us to do so. So what I have asked the officers to do is they advise any from the applicants or agents or any interested parties from application 6 onwards. They advise them that those applications will be heard tomorrow. Today we will be concentrating on items 1 to 5. So I apologize for any inconvenience, but it's I suppose we are in terms of the amount of business that's on today's agenda. It's impossible that we're going to get through it all. We will require to come back tomorrow, and I just, in the interest of people's time, I don't want people to be sitting here in the knowledge that it's unlikely we're going to get through to those applications. So items 1 to 5 will be dealt with today. And then items 6 through to 11 will be dealt with tomorrow. In respect to the late items, there's a substantial amount of late information that has come through and literally right up until the commencement of this meeting. And I just want to go through some of the information that's been submitted, just they refer to them under chairperson's business. We will be taking the appropriate amount of time in advance of those applications being presented for members to familiarise themselves and consider the information that's been presented. So the first item is in respect to application number 2, the proposed dwelling in Eglinton, and it's an email from the agent. The second item I want to refer to is in item 3, application number 3, the 7 detached dwellings at Strabane Road, Derry. There's emails from the agent, including draft acoustic reports and environmental reports. The next is application number 4, the 33 properties at Ross Bay. There's 11 emails in relation to that application that have been submitted late. And application number 8, the proposed dwelling in the Cumber Road, Claudy. There's a photograph submitted by the agent. Members, and the last item of late information is in respect to application number 9, and I want to bring Maura and just to provide a wee bit of further information in respect to that late information that's been received.
Thank you, Chair. Members, you will have seen this. This was previously sent to you yesterday. This particular late item is coming from Mr. Kevin Murphy, and it is highlighting that the applicant and the agent are now considering suggesting a lower ridge height. In regard to this application, you'll know from reading your papers that this was subject to the crux of the issue in regard to what officers have raised as a concern in terms of the recommendation. Therefore, as a result of the suggestion to reconsider the proposal, I think it's only right that I would suggest today, members, that we would consider withdrawing this application and allowing officers to discuss or negotiate a scheme that the applicant now wishes to consider. And as a result, that application could be dealt with in delegation. However, if there's still concerns regarding the application, we can bring it back to members if it has to be a refusal, for instance, in terms of our recommendation. But I just wanted to seek members' views on that, but that would be my suggestion as head of planning in this instance. I'll leave it with you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maura. And I would agree that that's on that basis that we proceed on that basis that that application is withdrawn from the schedule of today's meeting. I know I indicated in the chat box that Councillor Boyle and Councillor Dobbins have both agreed that that's the best way forward. Are members content? I'm assuming that we're all content that we proceed on that basis. Okay. Members, another item that I wish to bring to your attention is in relation to a recent finding from the PAC, and can I bring Maura, and it's in respect to an application on the Ballygutton Road.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Members, this is an application which was taken to committee, and a recommendation was made. The application actually became subject to a non-determination appeal before, in advance of the council being able to make a decision. The PAC have adjudicated on that appeal and have decided, on the basis of technical issues in regard to the processing of the application, they have decided that the appeal is invalid, and as a result they can't have an appeal in this instance. We have just recently been informed of that. That means that the jurisdiction passes back to the council in terms of the application we had in the system. So that application will need to proceed to a determination, and in due course, officers will present the application to committee as we had been considering doing previously. So you will see that once we're ready to make a recommendation, members. So it's just to highlight that has happened with that particular case, because you would have been previously notified of the appeal on that. So it's just simply to keep you updated. Thank you, Chair.
You know, and I know members at the time that indicate their disappointment that that as a local planning authority that we didn't have the opportunity to take a decision in respect to that. So I know it's welcome news that that application will come in front of this committee in due course. There's in relation to further information that's been provided to members, I just want Maura to touch on the information that's been provided. Emails have been provided to members in respect to two applications that have been the decision taken by the committee. First, in respect to the Shipkey Street application, and then the deal in Crescent Link.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Members will have received, you've got a substantial amount of information, so it's just to make sure that it's on the record and that you're aware of it. The application that was dealt with last month in January in regard to Shipkey Street was required to be notified to DFI because it was contrary to the recommendation of HED. DFI have returned that on the basis that they do not wish to call it in. Therefore, we will proceed to issue that application as the committee had made the decision on that in January. So that should be issued very shortly, members. Secondly, in regard to the application LA 11 2019 0263F, which was the application for Little and Crescent Link, which again, this committee made a decision on last month. It's just simply to note some information that has been recently submitted to DFI, and we were just copied into it, and that was circulated around yourselves as well. So it would be worth maybe considering reading that. But at this point, obviously, this committee doesn't need to consider it. It's a matter for DFI now to decide whether they wish to call in this application or not. And I suppose that's just to be noted at this stage. So that's it, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maura. Members, one of the final pieces of final topics that I wanted to raise under Chairperson's business, and it's in relation to comments that have been made by this committee in January when we were, it was actually before we discussed an application in relation to Edmonton Square. There was comments in relation to the maintenance of Edmonton, and I, as chair of the committee, wrote to the executive office and made correspondence with the executive office, and we received a response from Orla McStravick, the head of infrastructure, racial equality and legislation within the executive office, and that correspondence confirmed that the executive office have agreed to install additional public toilet facilities. They've extended opening hours and they've increased the toilet cleaning program. They've also asked their food and drink providers to use reusable materials because they've seen the increase of waste within the Edmonton Square. They've agreed to empty the waste bins more frequently, and they're currently now installing new recyclable waste bins because the nature of the waste had been a recyclable nature. So this is a first. They've also agreed to install 6 new dog waste bins, and the executive officer working with council to improve the visibility of the site. So members, I just wanted to bring as a way of update because there was a direction given from this committee to write to the executive office, which we've done, and the executive office have responded positively. So I just want to, under Chairperson's business, to update the committee in respect to that. And finally, members, I want to put you on notice. I know before Christmas we did allude to the possibility of additional planning committee meetings. I know we've got a full agenda today, but I would just want to confirm now that there will be an additional meeting at the end of March. So the date hasn't been finalised yet, but I know officers are working with member services and trying to sort of work around timetables, but we will require an additional meeting near the end of March. So I just want to put you on notice in respect to that. Can I bring Councillor Mooney in? Councillor Mooney?
Chair, thank you. It was just about the matter at item 4. Ross, just to declare an interest, I didn't sit on the PD last year, so I'm on the waiting room in that application. Let you know anyway, I'll not be able to sit on it. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you, Sean. Members, I'm going to move on now to matters arising from the open minutes of the meeting the planning committee held on Wednesday the 6th of January. No matters arising, members. Move to matters arising of the reconvened planning committee meeting held on Thursday the 7th of January. No. No matters arising. Members, again, I've just, before we move on to the planning applications list, I just want to draw people's attention again to the fact that today's meeting is in relation to items 1 through to 5. So if there's anyone on the call that is interested in any of the later applications through to from 6 through to 11, I just remind you now that those applications won't be heard. So going to move now into item number 1 is LA11 2018 1137. It's an outline application for the conversion of an existing shed to a 3-bedroom terraced apartments, and it's Malachy that's going to take us through that. Is Malachy ready?
Right, Chair. Can you hear me there?
Yep. Yep.
Just share the content. Item 1 is LA11.
Malachy, just before, can we wait until we can get the presentation up on the screen? Just maybe
yeah.
Sure.
Can you see that now yet?
No.
Chair John Boyle here, just while Malachy's sorting that out. As you'll be aware yourself, Chair, obviously I had requested a site visit for this particular item. Regrettably, on the day of the site visit, at the very last minute, I was unable to attend, so it's probably prudent that I don't involve myself in this particular decision, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. In respect to that, Malachy, just before you present the application, can I get some advice from a sort of solicitor in respect to that? Because there may be others in the call that have a similar issue.
Yeah, Chair. So from the council's protocol, attendance at a site visit is not a mandatory requirement in order to be able to participate in the vote. It is a matter whereby it's recommended that you do attend at the planning committee, but it is acknowledged that there may be situations where a person is suitably familiar with the site and feels comfortable in participating in the decision that they can do so, regardless of not having attended at the site visit. One assumes since Councillor Boyle requested the site visit, that it was one where he felt he would need that, and therefore it probably would be prudent for him not to participate in the vote. But it is a matter for the own individual member to adopt a version of that.
Okay, thank you, Philip. I appreciate that. Right, apologies, Malky, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Item 1 relates to L11 2018 1137. It's an outline application for a conversion of an existing shed to 6-number tourism 3-bedroom duplex apartments with an individual parking area. It's an existing shed 73 meters northwest of ADR Moore Road, and the recommendation is to refuse. The slides here show the site location of the proposed development. The site lies outside the development limit of Ardmore. It's in the countryside. It's in an area of high scenic value in accordance with the Derry Area Plan 2011. It lies just south of the River Faughan within a wooded area, and it lies to the west of Glen Keane House, which is a listed building. You can see it outlined in red, and it's an overhead view. The sheds are located within this area clearing within mature vegetation. You'll see before you the relevant planning policy context. Of particular interest in this application is PPS 21 and PPS 16 relating to tourism, as well as the Derry Area Plan. The images here before you show the existing sheds. They're quite modern constructions, triple dash finishes, with floor shutter doors, etc. The existing floor plan, just they're purely storage at the minute. They aren't subdivided. Although this is an outline application, the applicant and agent has provided some detail in relation to their vision for the proposed conversion of the shed. As you see, it's 6 individual units with elevational changes to the front elevation and some minor changes to the rear elevation also. But these will be considered at a later stage. So going to the policy context, the main policy context in terms of PPS 21 is that as the site lies outside any development limit, we must consider CTY 1. CTY 1 sets a number of circumstances where permission will be granted for development in the countryside. In this case, it's a specific outline proposal for conversion for tourism, for conversion of a building. So in terms of PPS 21, there actually the CTY 4 plan permission will be granted for the sympathetic conversion for a variety of uses, including a single dwelling. CTY 4 defines and gives examples such as former schoolhouses, churches, older traditional barns and outbuildings. SPPS provides further advice on that and says that any building to be converted under this policy should be of special interest or character in the context of the countryside. Officers consider the building proposed to be converted as a large modern shed, which is commercial, industrial appearance. It has 2 roller shutter doors and a covered storage area. We do not believe it is any unique features about it or falls within any of the described suitable building descriptions and set out in CTY 4. It's not considered a building of special interest and character in accordance with SPPS, and therefore we don't believe it meets the test for suitability for conversion under this policy. Given the proposed end use of the conversion, we also have to consider policy TSM5 of PPS 16. The agent has put forward a case in relation to TSM5 of PPS 16. This policy sets out the circumstances in which self-catering units will be allowed in the countryside. Plan approval will be granted for such units where it meets criteria as ADC. In fact, the case put forward by the applicant is it is compliant with Part B. Part B talks about a group of multiple self-catering units associated with tourist amenity. Section 5 of PPS 16 provides further clarification. In order to meet criteria B, the proposal must be a new build development. This is not a new build development, given that it's a conversion of this existing building, and therefore we're directed back the policy CTY4, which we discussed in the previous previous slides. In addition, it's considered the proposal is not located at or close to an existing or approved tourist amenity. A tourist amenity, there's a definition of a tourist amenity within PPS 16. We do not believe that there's a suitable case put forward. It's not closely linked to any such attractions. The woodland and watercourses highlighted by the agent do not constitute a tourist amenity, which are significant visitor attractions, and no suitable evidence has been provided in this respect. Therefore, it's considered the proposal is not acceptable under the main policies in terms of considering the principle under CTY 4 and TSM 5 of PPS 16. Therefore, just moving on to more detailed elements of the proposal beyond the principle. We also have to look at the design and rural character, and the main policy context there, again, is under PPS 21 tourism policy, sets out certain criteria, as well as BH 11 of PPS 6, given the location of the proposed conversion adjacent to a listed building at Glenkeen House. We have consulted HED, and they do not have any objections, and therefore we do not think it will have an adverse effect on the character and appearance or the locality of the listed building. One area of concern is the site access. The existing trees, vegetation, earth banks at the south of the access will need to be removed to provide forward site distance. The recommended figure by road service is 95 metres. You'll see in the image below an area hatched in yellow. In effect, this needs to be removed and a new boundary set back. They provide safe access to the road. As mentioned earlier, the site is within an area of high scenic value, and we have some concerns that the existing landscape features along Ardmore Road contribute to the rural character of the area. And therefore we've concerned that these works will change the character of that particular part of Ardmore Road and have a detrimental impact visually. This image shows the area to the south. See my cursor here, so it's this earth banking around the corner of the Ardmore Road, and this vegetation needs to be removed and set back in accordance with the plan previously shown. And again, it just gives you an idea, some of these images of the character of the roadside vegetation and earth banks. So we believe if this access has to be provided, it will change the character of that part of Ardmore Road and the area of high scenic value. Again, so there's no alternative access solution, and even if we went back to a bracketed figure, which is sometimes done, there'll still be approximately 70 metres, and there'll still be a significant loss of trees, shrubs and earth banking. So it's concluded that the earthworks required will have a detrimental impact. And again, these are considered in the policy context as set out in the case officer report in terms of the policies in the Derry area plan, as well as the policies in PPS 21 relating to integration and TSM 7 of PPS 16. We've also considered other detailed aspects of the proposal which we don't have a concern with in terms of amenity and public safety. I'm not going to go through them in detail here. They're set out in the report, and site access and parking is adequate, and service provision is deemed to be adequate as well under prevailing policy context. And we've also considered natural heritage and flood risk. The site is in close proximity to River Faughan, ASSA and SAC. Therefore, as a competent authority, we have consulted shared environmental services to carry out an assessment under the habitats regulations. They've considered the proposal, and given the nature, scale and of the proposal, they are content that it won't have any adverse impact on the designated sites or designated species. NED have been provided with significant information in terms of surveys by the applicant, and have considered impacts on otters, badgers and bats, and have no concerns with the proposal in that respect. And there's no areas of flood risk, and there's been no requirement for a drainage assessment. Therefore, in summary and conclusion, it's concluded that it's the principle in terms of meeting the policy tests set out in SPPS and PPS 21 for development. Given it is proposed to convert a modern shed, which is not unique, it doesn't meet the policy tests, the very particular policy tests set out in CTY 4 and SPPS in terms of being a locally important building or unique. And we've also considered the policy context in terms of tourism. This is not a new build development, so we don't think it can meet TSM 5, and we don't think it meets the lesser test within the policy in terms of the being attached to or close to a tourist amenity. And again, setting aside the principle, we've also looked at the detailed earthworks that are required to provide a safe access at the site, and weighing those up, whilst it will provide a safe access to such a proposal. We think that will have a detrimental impact on the rural character of this area of high scenic value and this particular stretch of Yarborough Road. And you just see before you that here are the proposed refusal reasons that are recommended. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Maggie. Can I invite Peter McDade, the agent, to address the committee? Is Peter on the call? Peter there? I've been advised that Peter's on the telephone.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Perfect. Hello, Chair. Hello, everyone.
Peter, you're very welcome to address the committee. You've got 5 minutes to make your contribution. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Just to confirm, this is Tim McDade, Peter's son, instead of Peter. He was having trouble getting on. Is that okay?
That's fine with me. Yeah, go ahead.
No problem at all. Peter is on the call, but he was having an issue with voice, so I'll continue. So, first of all, Chair, everyone, thank you very much for the time put in to kind of consider this proposal as well, and to have, of course, there was due to be a site visit that things were ongoing that didn't happen. So thank you for that. And I suppose just to address a few of the issues, the areas that we wanted to raise in today's meeting was to address some of the concerns in terms of why the refusal was recommended, but also to cover some of the reasons around why the application was put forward, and really identifying what we felt as the benefits for allowing this proposal to go ahead. Really, as an overview point of view, it was to look at it as an existing building with renovation and adaptation works. So yes, it isn't of new construction, but it does mean that has less impact to the surrounding area within that secluded location, which was referred to there by Malachy as countryside, just outside the development limit for Ardmore. The main reason for this surrounds the business opportunity. So obviously to bring in money to the local economy, arguable for supporting rural and economic development because it is in the countryside, and diversification of land use there. Really using a storage shed, which is nothing more than that at the minute, to create a business, to create income, to create a personal income, and something of there that's value to not only the rural and local community of Ardmore, but the overall tourist strategy of what's happening within Derry, and we know all this how important that is. And of course, in the situation that we're in at the minute, where jobs are sparse and incomes and things like that are a worry, it's something that could be used to create an income while providing a service to the wider community and tourist perspective. And moving on to that from a tourist benefit point of view, that was the real core reason to this. The rising need for accommodation and high quality, short term, as these are permitted to be, call them local staycations. And we've seen the impact of that happen in the local area as well, and the need for it. Links in terms of what that looks like for the Derry City and Strabane tourism strategy, where the priority was to create 1,000 additional jobs in the sector by 2025, would really allow this to go towards that and really satisfy that need for better quality short-term accommodation in the city / countryside with our location. And I'll address some of the comments in terms of the refusal recommendation and the paragraphs in a short second. In terms of planning questions, and this is what I'll move on to now. Personally, there's a number of questions that we put back. Obviously, we've been working closely with Malachy and the guys there, as well as some consultants on our side, really to identify what we felt were maybe decisions that could be reviewed. And really, at the end of it, it's providing a use of something that's not being used widely and effectively now to something that could be fantastic for the local area. So just moving on to address some of the refusal recommendations. So for that Malachy mentioned there, thank you for that, Malachy, about the building being of special interest or character. That's agreed, and we would agree that it's not a building of special interest or character under the paragraph that it was stated, but it does say that that is a reason for approval, yet not a reason why it would be declined. The next section does describe that other types of development in the countryside, apart from those of special interest, should be considered as part of the overall development plan and other policies. So I think that's a point just to raise there. Moving on in terms of the question of tourists and the amenities nearby, I had listed some and shared some with the committee in terms of what we felt they might be. 5 to 10 minutes from the city in a countryside setting, for the nearby, the Equestrian Centre or the Ness Woods, or indeed if we look at Ebrington, the museums within the city, it depends really how far you want to open that sphere to. And we would really promote that does promote in a rural area investment for people to come and stay and traveling out of the city in a way that doesn't congest that either. And thirdly, in terms of retaining the concerns around the impact area and the character of the area, there is a concern there in terms of cutting down or trimming the trees and displays that are available there. Should note that since we've had these conversations, that road has actually been relayed within Ardmore, and a number of them trees have been trimmed and cut down, especially within the canopy anyway, from a road service point of view. So it's possibly worth that consideration that that's in some ways already happened. And as a second point, in terms of visibility displays, which I know is an issue, speaking to some consultants as well with the road service, if that was to be put forward in its own plan permission to increase the visibility there for access to the road, due to the safety issue, it would be a question that would be found very hard to decline personally, because of the issue of road safety would be at merit there, obviously with the entrance to the current property designed a number of years ago when certain regulations weren't in place. So I suppose just with that, I'll finish really just on, there are some reasons, of course, the back and forth as to why we feel it should be a huge value add to the area. Individuals that we've had come and look at it, the comments are, this is fantastic, oh, it'd be amazing if we could really come and enjoy this area, especially within the grounds of the nearby listed building, the access to the river, the access to our forest, and then beyond the other tourist facilities. And we're really just looking for that opportunity to use what's already there in a way that would benefit local and the city as well, support alongside tourism procedures, and also really allow a business to really take off here in an area that's has so much potential. And I think that really covers a lot of what I wanted to say. So sorry for babbling on, guys, but appreciate the time taken, and I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Tom, and I really appreciate you stepping in at the last minute.
A little bit last minute, but hopefully it's covered it in a pretty broad brush.
Yeah, no, it was a very comprehensive presentation, considering that it was sort of punched on you. Is there any comments or any questions, Tom? No. Okay. No, thank you, Tom. There's no questions. Members, is there any questions to Malachy?
Chair, sorry, I couldn't get in there.
If you have a question for Mr. McDade?
I do, Chair.
Yep.
It's just in relation to access specifically, and to the issue of displays. The amplification issue, the degree of amplification issue that's envisaged by this proposal, and was any other access. I noticed there's another access just around the corner on the street that goes into the house. Was any other option explored other than that? So I suppose cutting that swathe of trees to get the visibility displays. Thanks.
Councillor Kelly. Tom, are you there?
Yes, still here. Councillor Kelly, thank you very much for the question. I think the main consideration for access was through the main access point that's there at the minute. The other access route that's available to be seen on, I suppose, Google Maps or historic maps, that was an old access route for the old building, which is currently now being covered by vegetation. And the belief there was, through speaking with consultants, was that that would actually cause, I suppose, a greater requirement, or maybe let me word this better. It will require more impact on the local vegetation rather than what the visibility displays would. And in consideration of the current access, it's a consideration from a safety point of view anyway, that the visibility there should be improved regardless of whether the plan goes ahead or not. So I hope that answers your question, because at the minute that other access point is almost returned to its old state of vegetation and tree growth, if that makes sense. Councillor Kelly.
Thanks. Are you content, Councillor Kelly?
Sure.
Any further questions to Mr. McDade? Okay. Once again, thank you, Tom. I'm going to move on now to questions to officer.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Alderman McClintock, do you have a question for Malachy?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. It regards the appearance of this proposed development. It is obviously utilitarian, industrial looking, but I suppose because it's presented to us as a tourism business in the countryside. Malachy, I just wondered if you could elaborate a wee bit. I think it was PPS 16 where you said that it should be close to an existing or approved tourist amenity. And I'm just thinking with Burntullet, Ness Woods, Oak Woods, the River Falcon, and all of those places nearby. Now, I know Tim spoke about very wide-ranging tourist offering, but is there anything specific to those areas, and does that make any difference to the fact that this has been promoted as a tourist amenity, shall I say? I suppose what I'm asking really is the distance, is the distance an issue?
Well, the PPS 16 sets out a definition of tourist amenity, describes it as an amenity, facility or service provided primarily for tourists. There's a number of definitions within PPS 16 for different types of tourism related information. So this is sort of, we would view this as something that's just been designed to attract tourism, and it has facilities for tourism. So and I think our interpretation of the policy in this case is that the actual development has to be closely associated with it. So I think proximity as a consideration, as a material consideration in this, and we don't believe that this is closely associated with a particular tourism amenity that meets that description within PPS 15. It's not on the grounds of such an amenity, or maybe just outside the grounds of such an amenity, and our recommendation.
Does that answer your question, Alderman McClintock?
Thank you, Christopher. Yes.
Thanks, Malachy, for that. Any further questions to Malachy? Councillor McKinney, go ahead.
Chair, Malachy, just on the point of tourism there, fishing tourism, how far is the actual proposed amenity from the river?
Yeah, it's quite close to the River Faughan. I think it's 150 meters away from the river now. It's interesting again going back to PPS 15 in terms of terminology and definitions. A natural feature wouldn't be considered a tourist amenity on its own. It would be considered a tourist asset. So that's so if you have a natural feature or a built feature, look like a listed building or something like that we consider a tourism asset. So that's why we considered that in the context of a tourist amenity. And we didn't consider the river to be a tourist amenity in its own right. Thank you.
I think a lot of fishermen might disagree with you there, Malky.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McKenny, and thanks, Malky, for that. Councillor Kelly.
Thanks, Chair. I suppose I don't know whether it's a question or more of a commentary, but I've read paragraphs 11.5, 0.6, and 0.7, and I think those three paragraphs capture my frustration at the inadequacy of plan and policy generally. It takes us through an assessment of CTY4 and the evaluation that only buildings of vernacular appeal can be converted. So long-standing buildings, stone buildings like churches or old school houses and the like. And then having exhausted that policy consideration, goes on to talk then in PPS 16, and that's dismissed on the basis that it only applies to new builds. So we have a situation where we have a building which is not vernacular in the sense of doesn't have any vernacular appeal in the sense of plan and policy, but it's not a new build. And so there's this sort of lacuna in plan and policy where there's a building that can be converted, but there's no policy seemingly covering an adequate use, where the previous permission, or whether there was permission or not, whether it's standing now, it's almost like it's just left in its default position. So it's a frustration. I just want to kind of, and we've been here before. I mean, people will have heard me using that argument before. I do want to pick up just on Tim's point, because it's funny, when I was reading the report, the first thing that came into my head was the Council's Tourism Strategy 2018-2025, which is pretty, it's based on our community plan. That's where the tourism strategy comes from. And I just want to read into the one of the chapters in there is there's three core supporting propositions in our tourism strategies at Council, and one of which relates to activity and adventure. And it says, developing our natural assets to make them accessible to visitors, or natural assets to make them accessible to visitors. The broad range of activities includes angling, kayaking, sailing, walking, cycling, and sports. This incorporates the lochs and rivers and the countryside. That's our tourism strategy. And I just find it odd that that is coming from our community plan, and how that sits at odds in with our plan and policy, and with our Derry area plan, which is used at the minute, which seems to be, from a legislative point of view, it's supposed to sit dovetails with the two plans are supposed to dovetail, but they don't seem to be at the minute. And I appreciate like we're moving towards that place, but it's very frustrating. In terms of some of the reasons for refusal, I'm confounded by the fact that there's repeated reference to this is not close to a tourism asset, or 100 meters from the River Faughan, an international angling destination. That confounds me completely, that the fact that our plan and policy doesn't recognize international destinations such as the River Faughan from an angling perspective, and how this is just 100 or 150 meters from the river bank, and provides an opportunity in terms of our tourism strategy to develop that asset. In terms of the area plan, I note like some of the reasons for refusal. I can't accept that it's not close to a tourism asset or a facility, whatever the technical language you want to kind of use around it. I don't, in terms of TU1, I don't see how we can sustain that reason for refusal. because none of the statutory consultees have made any reference to pollution or water pollution. TU2, I don't see any grounds for sustaining that either. Sorry, environmental 8 is the one, and water pollution, yeah. There's none of the statutory consultees are objecting to this application, so I'm not sure where the groundwater contamination comes from. TU1, TU2, I don't see how those, particularly paragraph 11.3, 11.4, can be sustained, an objection on those grounds. So I'm left then with the issue of the trees, really, and that's where it comes down to for me. And having looked at the photographs, there's a lot of shrubbery, and I'm not sure whether sightlines or visibility displays could be achieved even of a lesser standard without maybe the degree of demolition to those trees. And I'm not sure if there's any, I don't see any reference to any sort of tree preservation orders. Or so as far as I'm concerned, I'm not happy with the planning policy as it sits, and as a result, I'm not content with the rationale for refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. I don't believe that there was a question within that, but your points have been very well made. I know that Councillor John Boyle has indicated that he wishes to comment. Before I bring Councillor Boyle in, I want to ask the City Solicitor, is it appropriate for Councillor Boyle, given that there's a declaration of interest there? And I know if we were sitting...
Well, Chair, and this isn't a declaration of interest issue. This is a matter where the councillor feels that he's not able to vote on the matter because of the failure to attend at the site visit, if I remember correctly. On that basis, the protocol does provide that there would be no issue with him participating in the debate or asking questions.
Okay, I appreciate that, Philip. On that note, Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Chair, and also thanks for clearing that up with the City Solicitor for the record. That was my understanding as well, of course, is that obviously I have declared that I won't be, for reasons already stated, participating in the vote, but I think it worthwhile making comment in reference to similar concerns that I have about the constraints of planning policy that Councillor Kelly has outlined. So I'm not gonna go over all of that again, but I think it's something that really does need to be looked at and considered, because to suggest that the River Faughan isn't considered in this instance a tourism asset, to me sounds, with all due respect to planning policy and our own officers, who I know have to obviously work with planning policy, but it sounds a little bit ludicrous to me. You wouldn't be having this debate in Oman Fermanagh District Council area, where the Erin Shannon Waterway is considered a very significant tourism asset, and angling in particular is something that attracts many thousands into that particular area. And if we want to move our tourism strategy forward, then those facilities are something that we need to give very serious consideration to. Not only that, but proximity to the Strabane AONB, you could be well over 4 miles away from that in order to meet planning policy, but yet you'd want to develop, say, an asset like this, and you might be ruled out because you're 10 miles from the Strabane AONB, primarily because you can't build on it or wouldn't be allowed to build on it. And I could go on. Gorch and Glen's a very good example. Areas like that. So proximity to me, it's a bit of a misnomer. And again, Councillor Kelly has obviously again outlined, and I would have done so too, our own ambitions for the development of our tourism strategy. So going forward, I think that's something that we really need to take due cognizance of. And again, similar to Councillor Kelly, I don't accept that as a reason for refusing this particular application. But beyond that, Chair, clearly I'll step out of the vote, but those are just some of the considerations that I had when I was reading the report.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. And I don't believe that there was a question within that, or Councillor Boyd. I don't believe there was a question from Malachy. I'm going to invite Suzanne an opportunity to come on. Suzanne, are you there? Okay.
Chair, maybe I can come on and clarify for Suzanne, or
Yeah, go on ahead.
just clarification in terms of, again, just going back to this matter of what a tourism asset or a tourism amenity is. Policy directs us to consider a tourist amenity, which again is a very specific definition. A tourism asset isn't mentioned in the policy, so we can't, the policy doesn't direct us to consider that. It's not a case that we don't consider the River Faughan to be a tourism asset. We do think the River Faughan meets that definition. It's just that policy doesn't mention tourism asset, it only mentions tourism amenity, which is defined as something different, unfortunately.
Appreciate that, Malachy. Any further comments or questions, members? I know there's a recommendation in front of us, which a number of members have indicated that they're not content with. Is there any further views on that?
Chair.
Yeah, Councillor Kelly.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of planning policy, strictly speaking, on tourist amenity, vis-a-vis then the tourism assets which are referenced in the community plan, where does that sit? I suppose I'm asking around the legalities of it, because surely we should be making decisions on policy which is aligned to our community plan, which does identify tourism assets clearly. So maybe I wonder, does the solicitor have any view on just that technical language and the specifics in relation to definitions?
Philip, can you pick up on that?
Yeah, I mean, I take the point. I think in terms of the technical language, we're not able to rely on the definitions that are contained within our within other policies, which maybe haven't been drafted in line with the same kind of technical specificity that planning policy has to be. So I would be a little bit wary of using our tourism policy as a definition tool from that point of view. But that doesn't mean that one isn't able to read policy taking into consideration to an extent the council's alternative policies.
Sir Kelly, does that provide any clarity?
Yeah, that's helpful in terms of further muddying the waters. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, can I come on?
Yeah, Councillor Kelly, you finished?
That's grand.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Mooney.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for not putting the chat box. No, I'm just sort of like the previous speakers, Councillor Kelly and Councillor Boyd. I can see the difficulty here because of the policies. Just my question for Philip again was in relation to the council's tourism plan. Are the planning policies CTY1 or PPSs that we're referring to, are they superior to the council plan? in that respect. Obviously, they're the main policy statements that we have to sort of look at in relation to material considerations. Is the council tourism plan an actual material consideration as well in that regards? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Murray. Philip?
Chair, in terms of hierarchy, there is no doubt that the planning policy would come higher up in the rank of hierarchy in terms of that. Council's tourism policy would be a consideration, but not determinative.
Okay, thank you, Philip. Does that answer your question, Sean?
It does, thank you, Chair. It sort of puts it in a different perspective now. Thank you.
Okay, Maura, do you want to come on?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's just really on this point that we've been debating here. It would be my view that the tourism strategy is a non-statutory document from a planning perspective. It's the LDP, the current Derry Area Plan, which has weight. Yes, you know, we can consider the tourism strategy, but only determining weight could be put on planning policy. Now, moving forward, I recognise Councillor Kelly's commentary regarding the community plan. I think it's where our new LDP will take account of the community plan and our new tourism policies within that, whereby they would have more weight then at that point. But at this point, the current Derry Area Plan and the current policies and PPSs have obviously weight and determining weight and currently. So it's just to clarify that.
Thank you, Maura. Is there any further comments? No.
Can I just last clarification?
Go ahead.
So what I'm hearing is that we have both a community plan and outworkings of that as a tourism strategy, but we have planning policy which takes precedence, which actually acts as a barrier to us achieving the objectives, not just of our tourism strategy, but of our community plan. I find that an extraordinary position to be in.
Chair, I think the point in relation to that is obviously that those plans are matters that we've factored into in terms of developing our new policy. It's just at the draft stage at the minute, because clearly we wouldn't want any discrepancies between the two to be in a position going forward. The councillor makes a very fair point in relation to that.
Okay, thank you, Philip, and thanks for that, Dan. Any other comments, members? Members, I know there's a recommendation in front of us based on the current plan and policies Malachy has outlined. I know we've that the recommendation is uncomfortable for a lot of us. If there's any proposal contrary to that, we would require a policy reason, and I know we've deliberated quite a lot around the shortcomings of plan and policy in this respect. So it's on the floor, members, for I don't know, in terms of how the committee want to take this forward. So there's nobody wishes to come on.
Chair, I can't support the recommendation to refuse. I'm not persuaded by all of those reasons for refusal, but at the same time, I haven't got a rebuttal for every single one of those policy positions in number 4. So I have probably got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 or 9 of them, but not the whole lot. So I can't bring an alternative proposal until I would kind of get my head around the last few.
And this is where I'm looking for a bit of a steer from someone in the officer team in respect to this being an outline application, and that the refusal reasons in 4, there's a prospect of those being addressed during the reserve matters or full application stage. Could we proceed on that basis?
Chair, could I just come in?
Okay.
Councillor Gallagher.
Thanks, Paul. Just 2 seconds. Can I ask somebody in the officer team to come on in respect to this being an outline application and the any of the issues that are relating to the access or the ancillary works to be addressed during a full application of reserve matters? Maggie?
Chair. Yeah, I mean, it is an outline application, but we do have to consider it under PPS3 at this stage, and the impact of the proposed access at reserve matter stage. Probably a bit of details we will be getting is the nature of the new boundary and stuff, or any sort of design elements. So in principle, I don't think the position in terms of the site distance will change from outline to reserve matter stage. When we just have more detailed drawings, that will be the only difference. No.
Thanks for that, Maggie. Councillor Gallagher.
Chair, just and it's more a query, but and I know and understand the frustration coming from some members there, like around the very subjectiveness of it, but you know, this falls between the stools of an existing building, but not of a special interest as such, but or a character. But I'm sure I am going from the plans that they would look of good character if they were built. And around the tourism stuff, you know, like how, like, I could see this and looking at the plans, how and where it's at, and the remoteness of it, but things very close to hand. You know, if you were coming from city life, as in a large city, this would have the potential to be like a mecca for tourists. But the query would have is if this was, you know, and we were looking at it and putting a point of tourism as a key principle, would there be conditions on it that if these were built, that they could not become permanent residents at any given stage, you know, after they were built? I'm just wondering, could that be conditions further down the line if we were looking around and specifically talking about the importance of the tourism? There would be a condition placed that they could never be full-time residents or residency. Just a query, Chair, just from my own thoughts.
Okay, do you want to come on?
There, Chair, please, or?
Oh, go on ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I mean, if there was a recommendation to approve, no contrary to our recommendation, we would be proposing that such a condition will be attached, given that it would be an exception under CTY 1, noted as a tourism-related proposal. So yes, we would be proposing that a condition recommending a condition that, such as it's been set out by Councillor Gallagher, would be attached that it would be for tourism only and could not be converted for permanent residential use. Thank you, Chair.
Malachy. Members, I'm sort of sensing there doesn't seem to be anybody that's that spoke so far that's satisfied with the refusal. I don't know, Councillor Kelly has came the closest without making a proposal. Members, is there any other views? At this stage, I can the conundrum that we're in is that, given the indication that that I'm sensing from the committee, is that we're not satisfied with the refusal. But
Chair, can I come in?
yeah, Councillor Dobbin's going ahead.
Yes, I thank you, and I do apologise for cutting you off midstream there. My worry is about the boundary. Like this is outside the permitted development, is it not? And you know, in the past we have really stuck to our guns to maintain this as a plausible reason, and I do 100% am behind Councillor Kelly there with regard to, you know, we are making all these plans for tourism and then tripping ourselves up because policy is in situ that doesn't allow us to do that. My concern is with regard to the boundary. Can I just have that double or confirmed there by Malachy that this is outside the boundary?
Malachy, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. The boundary, it's within the red line of the planned application. There's a requirement to provide forward sight distance within your application proposal, so it has to be within the red. You have to be in control of a land or have served notice on any third parties who own that land to carry out the works, and it has to be done within the application site. And road service would have provided conditions, you know, appropriate conditions. They satisfy this at sort of reserve matter stage. No, so it is within the application site.
Okay, thanks, Malachy. And I think the point, and I'll bring Angela back in, but I think the point that Angela was getting at was that it's outside the development limits of Ardmore. But you know, I'd like to remind or point out the fact that, you know, this is an existing building. It's not a new development. But Angela, do you want to just come in and confirm your question, or do you feel that it's been answered?
Well, Christopher, yeah, you put it into English. What I was trying to say was, you know, permitted development, you know, of the Ardmore area. It is outside, and albeit it is existing, an existing building. But do you know what? This is a really hard one to call, and I personally can't make a decision.
Okay. Is there anybody else want to come on? Does everybody feel that they've had their say?
Come on again. Just I didn't have time to type it on there.
Yeah. Councillor Boyle, going ahead.
Yep. Thanks, Chair. Again, I think it's a bit of a conundrum, and we're all, I think, probably a little bit torn with this one. Where I to be voting, it would be a tough one to work on, and I would think it probably, if it were possible, an idea to explore addressing those latter points in relation to the tree line, the foliage, the access and egress point, and you know, I'd be interested again to hear if officers feel that might be something that could be dealt with later, given that, and I know you've referenced it yourself, Chair, given that this is at this point an outline application.
I'm not sure, Councillor Boyle, did you wish for an officer to come on?
If there would be a view on that might help to progress this, because again, you know, I don't want to be too strong in my language with this, but you know, I'm loath to use policies that are clearly, you know, they're at variance with what the ambition of this council and probably other councils, and I've already named one, Oman Fermanagh, would be in very, very similar situation to ourselves. Mid Ulster probably would be too. You know, the area of outstanding natural beauty around the Sperrins is something that we all want to try and promote. And the policies here would make it very difficult to do that if we were to allow them to hamstring us in the way that they are.
Yeah.
A view on that from an officer would be useful, I think, for the committee.
Okay, and is there any officers want to pick up on those points from Councillor Boyle?
Do you want me to come in here, Chair?
Well, thank you.
Yeah, just I think that the question was sort of asked already for Malachy. I thought Malachy may have covered this, but I'll cover it again. I mean, even though it's still an outline application, it's officers' view that the current proposal as it stands will have an impact on the landscape and the vegetation that exists on the site. So it's our view that's the reason why it would be contrary to some of those policies, those environmental policies in terms of vegetation and landscape. And I think I've covered the strategic point already about the policies and the policy context, Chair. I don't want to rehearse that again, but I think I've nothing further to add on that, unless Malachy has something else he wants to come in on.
No, it's just to say that it's an intensification of an existing access. So we're considering, it's outline, we're considering the overall principle. So we have to consider the principle of allowing 6 additional units and the associated traffic with that coming out onto the Ardmore Road. Road service recommendation is it needs a visibility display, you know, and for site distance display of 90 meters. So it has to be considered at outline stage. We will be arriving back at the same issue. It was a matter stage if it was set aside. The same comments would come back from road service. That's the standard, and as you probably alluded to in our report too, we considered like an even lesser standard. An even lesser standard would still result in significant removal of vegetation as well as the banking on the road, so it will be set back significantly from an bend on the Ardmore Road, as shown in the hashed area. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, Chair, that's fair enough. I hope that clears up that grey area, I suppose, for us, and obviously, you know, that's for others to consider now. I mean, sure, we put it to vote soon, so thanks for that. Thanks, Malachy.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Boyle. Just in relation to the points that Malachy had made, and because I'm just referring back to some of the commentary from the applicant, or the applicant's son, who also indicated that the access is inadequate, and regardless of the development of the site, I know it's something that they would be keen to upgrade anyway to make safe. So that's something that I know that it's going to need to be addressed one way or another, because I know road safety is a massive is something that that we all take very seriously, and I know it's in terms of certain stretches of the Ardmore Road, there's a lot of concern in relation to road safety as well. So I don't think it's something that that we should all be keen to ensure the correct standards are met. Members, is there any further comments or questions, members? And I really would be keen to move this on in terms of a vote. We have a recommendation in front of us with to refuse which I know there's been a lot of discussion in relation to. But that's where it is. Is there any contrary proposal from members, or is there anyone who is content that we accept officer's recommendation and we move on that basis? Members, I'm going to need a proposal of some sort.
Come on.
Councillor Gallagher, going ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just, and I know this is outline plan permission. And I'm wondering if we were looking at it, like as Malky says, if we were making an exception under CT1, and that again we were looking at the TSM policy, and Part B was met on it, and if there was a possibility, if it was coming forward as an expansion project, that some of the stuff around the road safety could possibly be met further down the line. I'm wondering, is that a possibility if we're saying it's an exception under CT1 that could override all the rest? And if that was so, I will be proposing we don't go with the recommendation.
So just for clarity, Councillor Gallagher, you've made a proposal not to accept the officer's recommendation, they refuse, and you've proposing that we approve the application on the grounds that it meets an exception within CTY1. Is that correct?
And furthermore, Chair, that that we would highlight this, and if the people are still listening in, that when it was coming forward, a lot of stuff still needs to be met in a full application.
Yes. I note in the report, it does allude to other information that would be required as part of the full application.
Yeah.
So that's a proposal to approve the outline application that's in front of us today.
Chair, Jason Barr here. I'll second that if it hasn't been seconded.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Barr. Members, we've debated this at length. So I'm going to move to a vote. Members, and note that Councillor Dobbins has indicated that she's abstaining. I know that Councillor Boyle has indicated that he would be abstaining. So with those abstentions, members, we have a proposal from Councillor Gallagher, seconded by Councillor Barr, to not accept the officer's recommendation and to approve the application that's in front of us. Is there anybody who is opposed to that?
Chair, I just thinking about this for the last half an hour, and every possible ramification that we have and every possible way of looking at it, in my mind, the policies, i.e. the superior policies that we're looking at, just don't allow me to get over the line on this. I wish it did, but unfortunately it doesn't. And on the basis of Councillor Gallagher's proposal, I just can't see an exception being looked at in CTY1 in the same perspective. So unfortunately, I just can't, doing all my mathematics in my head, I can't get over that line of agreeing with the proposal. So I'll be going against it, unfortunately. Thank you.
Okay. I appreciate the explanation, Councillor Mooney. But I think we've called a vote. So in relation to the discussion and the application, the discussion is ended. Now, given the fact that it's not unanimous, I know that Councillor McKinney has indicated that he's not in supportive of the application, or that he's wishing to abstain. I'm going to ask Maura to take us through a vote, just to ensure that we're completely accurate in relation to that. It's not unanimous, so I'm going to hand to Maura to take us through a vote.
Okay, Chair, thank you. So this is recorded vote for item 1, LL11 2018 11370, and it's in order to accept the officer's recommendation. Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor John Boyle.
Abstain.
Alderman Alan Breslin.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Angela Dobbins.
Abstain, Maura.
Abstain, yeah, thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
For.
For, thank you. Councillor Sean Harkin.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
For, Maura.
Councillor Dan Kelly.
For, Maura.
Thank you, Dan. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
Ian, Maura.
Sorry, can I get that again? Was that abstain?
I'll abstain. Sorry.
Yes, thank you. Got it. Sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you. Alderman Hilary McClintock.
Abstain, Maura.
Councillor Kieran Maguire.
For, Maura.
Thank you, Councillor Maguire. Councillor Philip McKinney.
Abstain, Maura.
Got that. Councillor Aileen Mellon.
For, Maura.
Got that. And Councillor Sean Mooney.
Against, Maura.
Against. Okay, let me top this up. 6, 4, Chair, and 1, 2 against, and 6 abstentions. Thank you.
Okay, Maura, so that application has been, that outline application has been approved. Before we move on, members, I know, can we confirm the conditions, or can that, the conditions which has been alluded to by Councillor Gallagher, the proposer, that condition in relation to permanent residence would be included, and if and I suppose all our standard conditions would be delegated to officers to insert. Is there any other comments in relation to the conditions, given that that application is being approved? Okay, I'm going to move on to item number 2. Members, item 2, it's Laura that's going to take us through that. But before we do so, I want to refer to the lead item from the agent. Members, I'm going to ask members to take a few minutes now to familiarise yourself with the lead submissions, and then I'm going to ask Laura to take us through the application. Members, he's content to proceed, or does anybody need more time? Okay, go on ahead, Laura.
Good afternoon, members. So item 2 on the agenda is an outline application for an infill dwelling in an existing cluster. It's located adjacent to and north of 45 Ballygrove Road, and the recommendation is to refuse. So this slide just shows the site location plan and the aerial photo. The site's located south of Ballygrove Road and is an agricultural field. And it also includes the access laneway to number 45. The boundaries of the site consist of mature hedgerows and a post and wire fence. It also slopes upwards from the roadside. Number 45 Ballygrove Road is the site is defined by the red line, and there's a newly constructed farm dwelling adjacent to the site boundary, which you can see there on the aerial photo. I've indicated that. So this slide just takes us through the relevant planning policy, which includes the Derry Area Plan, the SPPS, PPS 3, PPS 21, PPS 2 and PPS 15. So in terms of this application, there are 2 separate policies within PPS 21 which we have to consider due to the nature of the proposal and how it's been described. So in terms of establishing the principle of the proposal, firstly we consider policy CTY2A, which it considers new dwellings and existing clusters, and this provides 6 criteria which must be met. Just for clarity, these include that the cluster of development lies outside of a farm and consists of 4 or more buildings, excluding ancillary buildings, of which at least 3 are dwellings. The cluster appears as a visual entity in the landscape. Clusters associated with a focal point, such as a social community building or facility, or is located at a crossroads. The site provides a suitable degree of enclosure and is bounded at least 2 sides with other development in the cluster. And the development can be absorbed into existing clusters through rounding off and consolidation, and will not significantly alter its existing character or visually intrude on the landscape, and it will not adversely affect amenity. So as detailed in the report, it's considered that this proposal does not meet these criteria. Whilst there's a linear row of dwellings along Highmore Road, these are not located at a focal point as defined in the policy, and they are not located at a crossroads or social or community building or facility. The car sales is not considered to be a focal point. Policy CTY2A also states that the cluster must lie outside a farm. The application site is located on the farm associated with 45 Ballygrove Road. And in terms of the 4th point of that policy, a CTY2A, this also places a visual test where the proposal is considered to be detached from that linear row of dwellings visually, and it's located along Ballygrove Road. It does not read with this group of buildings. So we also consider the proposal in terms of policy CTY8, which is for urban development. So policy CTY8 states that planning permission will be refused for a building which creates or adds to a ribbon of development, but then an exception will be permitted for the development of a small gap site sufficient to accommodate up to a maximum of 2 houses and an otherwise substantial and continuously built up frontage. So as outlined in the report, this is not considered to be a substantial or built up frontage. It's an agricultural field with a principal farm dwelling and buildings located to the rear, and a recently constructed farm dwelling along the south of the site. It does not benefit from being located within a line of 3 or more buildings. It's considered that a new building would create a ribbon of development at this location when considered alongside the new dwelling and garage, thus resulting in a suburban style build-up of development, which is detrimental to the rural character. Also, given the extent of the site, it's not considered to be a small gap site, and it's considered that it represents a visual break. So aside from establishing the principle, we've also considered the proposal in terms of integration and design and amenity. We considered that this site could potentially integrate a dwelling due to the topography of the site without the over-reliance on new landscaping. In terms of the SPPS, which considers amenity, There's no adverse impact envisaged on the amenity of any of the existing residents or the proposed residents, and environmental health have no objections. In terms of access and parking, DFI Roads have been consulted. They have no objections to the proposal and provided conditions and informatives. They're given the extent of the site, there's also sufficient space to provide parking. In terms of natural heritage and flood risk, we have consulted SES due to a watercourse, which is close by the site. They have no objections to the proposal. No areas of flood risk have been identified and a drainage assessment isn't required, and DFI Rivers have no objection either to the proposal. So we did receive a letter of representation regarding this planning application. They had raised concerns regarding surface water runoff. We took advice from DFI Rivers and they advised that a drainage assessment isn't required, but that the developer is responsible for assessing the flood risk and drainage impact so that they can mitigate against it. And we would advise any future developers of this. They also raised concerns in terms of loss of light or privacy. But as detailed in the report, we consider that this site is extensive and a dwelling could be appropriately designed and sited to ensure that there wasn't any impact on any nearby dwellings. So overall, to conclude, we consider that the proposal is contrary to policy CTY 8 and parts B and D of policy CTY 14, and that the proposed dwelling on this site would create a ribbon of development and result in a suburban style build-up of development. And also, we consider that the proposal is not located at an existing cluster of development, which is located at a crossroads or a focal point as defined by the policy, and therefore it's contrary to policy CTY 2A of PPS 21. So we have recommended refusal, and the reasons are set out in the planning report.
Thank you, Laura. Can I invite Alan Boyle, agent, to address the committee? Alan, are you there?
Thank you, Chair.
You're very welcome. 5 minutes.
Sorry?
5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you, Chair. We believe that we do comply with CTY 2A and with CTY 8 for infill. We believe that for a number of reasons. The proposals for a dwelling within an established cluster at Ballygrow Road, Haymore Road Junction, there's 7 dwellings and a focal point car sales. The car sales has been there for over 30 years. It is well known and it's well recognised in the area. It's known as a meeting point. People would refer to the car sales for directions, etc., which has been proven at plan appeal to be a reason for centering a cluster around. CTY 2A, there's more than 4 buildings. There's approximately 15 number of buildings, 7 of which are dwellings. The cluster is a visual entity. The linear grouping of dwellings is well known in the area on its own, without the need for the car sales, as is the junction and the farm setting behind. The cluster is bounded on all 4 sides. The development is in the centre of the established cluster, which has been formed by the approval of the recent dwelling along the Ballygrow Road. That actually frames the grouping. Had that dwelling not been built, I could see where the planner's point is coming from, but not with that new dwelling. There is no adverse to residential amenity. That ties up CTY 2A, which is the cluster. And we fill the gap between 45 Ballygrow Road and the linear group of cottages, which frames the Haymore Road. The development has got a strong residential development. The line of cottages front onto Haymore Road with number 43 and 45 Ballygrow Road backdropping the southern edge of the cluster. There's a definite visual framing in the cluster. The cottages on one side with the farmyard set high in the back gives a strong, with the walled garden, gives a strong line. The site is bounded on all 4 sides. The new dwelling sets that framing. The site is completely absorbed within the existing grouping. It doesn't break out of the grouping. It doesn't break out into open countryside. It's in a rounding off of what's already there. We don't believe that it's detrimental to the character, appearance, and amenity of the existing group, nor will have an adverse impact on the countryside. The site's a paddock-sized area of land. It does not impact on backlands. The site is along the road frontage, where the dwellings are all clearly visually linked with the frontage. The development of the site does not impact on the visual relief offered by some gaps that are there. The integration, we integrate because we're part of the grouping and the cluster, and the rural character has already been changed in the area by the approval of the new dwelling. So the approval of the new dwelling has created this unfilled gap, which the natural progression is to fill that gap in and round off and consolidate the cluster. That's our case, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan, for that. Is there any questions, Mr. Boyle?
There, please.
Councillor McKenna, going ahead.
Sean, thank you for that presentation there. Just a quick question. Does that Ballygorley Road run down onto the Slotmanus Road? Just trying to picture it. And the car showroom.
The Highmore Road runs down onto the Slabmanus Road. The Ballygrow Road is, well, at the other end, it joins an opposite part of the Slabmanus Road, up by Carlin's Bar, what would have been Carlin's Bar.
Dave, just trying to visualise it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McKenna. Any other questions, members? No. Mr. Boy, Councillor Mellon, you had a question for the officer?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Yeah. It was just in terms, I know the speaker had picked it up there as well, is the PPS 21 for CTY2A, is that it is absorbed within the existing cluster. And maybe just to put on the record before that it was myself, like Councillor Boyd, who requested a site visit for this area. Although I do feel that I've taken the time to look at the site and look at it carefully and feel confident making the choice to vote within this item. So I just wanted that kept for the record. But having looked at the site a bit in detail and seeing 7 dwellings along outbuildings alongside it, can the officer explain how this isn't absorbed within existing clusters?
Thank you. Laura, do you want to pick up on that?
Thank you, Councillor. So our consideration is that this is so the road dwellings along Highmore Road are like a linear road dwellings along that road. They're not focused around the cluster, focused around a crossroads or where the roads meet. And this site is located on farmland. And if whenever you're out on site, I suppose the Ballygrow Road is more elevated from Highmore Road, so it's our consideration that this dwelling or the proposed dwelling wouldn't be read along with that linear road dwellings which is located in Highmore Road, and that they don't form a cluster as required by the policy.
Thank you. Chair, just one more question. Can I ask then how the other new residential building was placed within that area and is further away from the existing proposal that we have today?
Yeah, so that application was an application for a farm dwelling associated with number 45 Ballygrow Road, and during the outline application stage 2, there was quite an extensive red line, and 2 basically sites were put forward as to which would be the best option. So one of them was up adjacent to existing farm buildings, and we felt that siting a dwelling up there would be a skyline proposal, wouldn't integrate. So in order to facilitate the farm dwelling under CTY 10, we agreed with the agent to have that lower site, which would be down along the road, because we considered this still complied with the CTY 10 policy, and that it visually linked and clustered with the group of buildings on the farm. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you. So I I'm trying to just work out how the same distance from the other existing dwellings wouldn't be too far away from the distance between them. So would they not be a part of that existing cluster?
Do you mean, sorry, do you mean the existing farm buildings?
No, sorry, the existing residential buildings for the proposed site, there isn't that much distance between them. So does there have to be a distance, or is it because there's a small road between? Is that the reason for it not to be a cluster?
Yeah, well, I suppose we don't consider that rule on our dwellings as a cluster of development in compliance with the policy, and that it's not located at a crossroads or a building or a facility, a community building or facility. So we're not considering that that's a cluster. And then I suppose visually as well, if you're out on the site, you can, Ballygrow Road is elevated above that row of dwellings. So we would consider that there's not a visual linkage whenever you're out on site, and that you would look at it from the vantage points.
Okay, thanks, Laura, for that. Councillor Boyle.
Right, Chair, I'm struggling with the technology here, I'm sure everybody's in the same boat, but I'm switching between the report and watching what's going on the screen here between yourself and others. Laura, back to the cluster argument here, because that seems to be the crux of it. I have a view on it. I'm not going to get into that view right now, but just for clarity, the houses, and I'm switching between here now, the houses that are the row of I'm assuming they are houses. It's being argued by the agent that this would form part of the cluster with that line of dwellings. However, looking at the overhead map here, the proposed development looks like it's looking at the back of that row of houses, and what you're saying is that correct? This would be elevated above them and looking at the back of them, and probably wouldn't have any kind of visual connection to them.
As Councillor Boyle, so this would be to the rear of those that row of dwellings along Highmore Road. And I suppose dependent upon what way they orientated it, if it was front facing onto Ballygrow Road, yes, it would look into the rear of those properties.
Okay, Laura, one last question. So where in relation to this, not that I accept that the garage actually is a focal point. I understand the concept that you might be able to say something like that would be used as a form of directing people, but you would probably have thousands of examples like that, particularly in the countryside, as a man who's got lost all over the country over the years. So in relation to the map that we're looking at, so where's the garage in relation to that crossroads?
So if you see where...
Laura, can I come on briefly? Just while you're answering that, is there any possibility that we could get the map up on screen? And I know there's been a request for the refusal reasons to be put on the screen, so
that's a good idea.
Yeah. It would be just.
I'll reshare the presentation here.
Oh, thanks.
That would have saved me a lot of jumping back and forward as well, Chair.
Sorry.
No problem, Laura. We're all struggling with this technology.
So the slide here shows you the map. Just to answer Councillor Boyle's question first, if you can see there where the junction of the two roads meet, so there's a bit of hard standing on here at this property, and that's where the car sales business operates from. I'll move on to the refusal reasons. Is that okay?
Councillor Boyle, are you content to move on? Or do you...
I'm indeed, Chair. That answers my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
So that's the refusal reasons there for you on screen.
Thanks, Laura. Is there any further comments, members?
Chair.
Is that Councillor McGuire?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Chair, to me, this is a straightforward unfill. I think it meets the criteria of CTY 13. CTY 8, if you're going for ribboning, this isn't ribbon development on that Ballygirl Road. It's an infill between a private laneway, which a private laneway can be used if you're determining a portion of ribbon development, but this isn't, because it's only the laneway and the new farmhouse. So I think it's a straightforward infill between the new farmhouse and the existing laneway. It meets all the criteria of CTY 13, and in my view, my interpretation is it meets all the criteria of CTY 14. And I don't believe that CTY 2A is relevant at all in this, as it's a straightforward infill. So, Chair, I propose that we don't accept the recommendation, the refusal reasons.
Councillor McGuire. So we've got a proposal to not accept the officer's recommendation to refuse and to approve the application subject to standard conditions, I'm assuming. Is there any other thoughts on that, members? No?
Just, Chair, in my view, I respectfully disagree with Councillor McGuire, so I won't, if he does get a seconder for this, I won't be supporting his proposal. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Mellon. Councillor Mellon has agreed to second the proposal made by Councillor McGuire. I'm not sure if that was Councillor Kelly. Is there any other comments, members?
I was just coming into second, Chair. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other comments, members? I note that Councillor Boyle has indicated that this vote is not going to be unanimous, and so in that vein, I'm going to ask Maura to take us to a vote. So just while we're waiting a minute, Maura, can I just remind members that there's a proposal from Councillor McGuire, seconded by Councillor Mellon, to not accept the officer's recommendation to refuse and to approve the application subject to standard conditions. What do you?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Councillor Jason Barr.
Or
Councillor John Boyle. Sorry, we just missed that.
I'm very evidently against.
Thank you. I can share. Alderman Alan Breslin.
For.
Councillor Angela Dobbins.
Against, Maura.
Thank you, Angela. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
For.
Thank you, Paul. Councillor Sean Harkin.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
For, Maura.
Councillor Dan Kelly.
For, Maura.
Thank you. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
For.
Got that, Keith. Thank you. Alderman Hilary McClintock.
Against.
Sorry, I just missed the end of that.
Against.
Thank you. Got that. Councillor Keir Maguire.
For, Maura.
Yeah. Councillor Philip McKinney.
For Maura.
Thank you. Councillor Aileen Mellon.
For Maura.
Thank you. And Councillor Sean Mooney. Thank you. Got that. Okay, Chair, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 members against. 1, 2, 3, 10 for. So that proposal passes. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Maura. So before we move on to the next item, members, we've reached the 2-hour mark, so I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute break. So it's 2 o'clock now. I'll see everybody back at 2:10. Thanks, members. Christopher. Alan? Members, are we content to resume the meeting? And my apologies for not being able to tell the time. I was just keeping track of how long the meeting was going, so I know I said 2 o'clock rather than 4 o'clock. I knew we were just at the 2 hour mark. Members, the next item is Appendix 3. Members, there's late information in relation to that report. So before I bring Sarah and to present the application, I just want members to familiarise yourself with emails sent from the agent, which includes a draft acoustic report and an environmental report. Members, I know the late information was sent out prior to the meeting, so I'm hoping that members have had the chance to read it, but I'm going to ask members that they take a few minutes now just to familiarise yourself with the content of that late information that was submitted by the agent. So I'm going to ask Sarah just to be on standby and ask members just to take a minute or two to look over the late information that was submitted by the agent. Thank you. Members, are we content to proceed, or does anybody need more time? Okay, I'm going to take that over. Everybody's happy enough to move on, so it's on the screen. The next item is LA 11 2018 0732, and it's Sarah that's going to take us through this. Go ahead, Sarah.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Item 3, LA 11 2018 07320. This is a proposed housing development for 7 detached dwellings, and it's located on lands at 54 Strabane Road, Derry, and the recommendation is to refuse. So the application was deferred at the committee meeting on the 1st of July 2020 for a site visit, and a site visit with members was carried out on the 13th of January 2021, and the details of which is set out in the officer's report. So this is the site location plan and aerial photograph of the site. The site is located within the settlement limit of Derry as defined in the Strabane area plan, on unzoned land and located along Strabane Road. The site has an existing detached single-storey dwelling and a triangular portion of ground in which there are mature trees and vegetation on the boundaries of the site and trees within the site. The area is characterised by housing of detached and semi-detached dwellings being the main characteristic along the road frontage of Strabane Road, in which all these dwellings front onto the public road. There is a vehicle maintenance workshop, engineering works and a petrol filling station located immediately west of the site, and a housing development currently under construction with road frontage dwellings opposite the site. So this is a photograph of the application site, and it shows the existing single-storey dwelling, which is a road frontage dwelling which will be demolished as part of the proposal to accommodate the proposal. This photograph also indicates the existing trees within the site and on the boundaries. And this is a photograph showing the neighbouring property at number 58 Strabane Road. This is a single-storey dwelling with little to no intervening vegetation on the boundary, and there is the level of the existing dwelling is at a higher level than the application site. You will note from the photograph that the windows of this property serve habitable rooms, and this property has objected to the application, which will be addressed in the presentation. In terms of consultation summary, DFA Roads have advised that a amended site location plan is required to include the land required for the visibility displays. A wall and pillar within the visibility displays are required to be removed to provide adequate display for a safe access of 2.4 by 90 metres to the east. It is not known who has ownership of the wall and pillar, which is potentially in the ownership of the adjacent property at number 58 Strabane Road, and not NIE as referenced by the agent on the concept plan submitted with the application. Officers would also require an updated P2 certificate of ownership, and the agent would legally be required to serve notice on any third-party landowner where land is required for the visibility displays. As part of the late items received today, an amended location plan, which has extended the red line for the visibility displays, was received as a late item, but no updated certificate of ownership has been received. In terms of environmental health, they have raised that there will be noise from plant and equipment associated with an engineering workshop adjacent to the site and vehicle maintenance workshop. There's potential noise from traffic, and these may have a detrimental impact on the proposed properties, and a noise assessment was therefore required. This information was requested from the agent in July 2019, September 2019, and April 2020. The agent has now submitted a draft noise assessment on Friday the 29th of January, and this has been circulated as a late item in members' packs. This report is in draft form and is not a final noise report. There's also potential for contamination and a potential risk to human health. The site is adjacent to a petrol filling station and engineering workshop. A preliminary contaminated land risk assessment is therefore required to consider the risks. And again, this information was requested from the agent in July 2019, September 2019, and April 2020. The agent has now submitted today a one-page document and map as a late item, and this has been circulated in members' packs. Environmental Health have reviewed this document, and on email correspondence today have confirmed that they would not accept it as a report to demonstrate the adjoining site use would not impact the end users of the proposed development. The report submitted only targets the first 290 millimetres below ground level, and where it should consider 1 metre below ground level, and whether the ground in situ is suitable for the intended use. No lab certificates have been presented, and no groundwater or ground gas sampling has been presented. Environmental Health have also advised officers that on the adjacent site, which had previous planning permission for an engineer workshops, that at that time they considered a contaminated land assessment and CO2 was evidenced and encountered within the boreholes. Therefore, the impact of CO2 cannot be ruled out within this application until a proper assessment is carried out. NI Water have no objections, Historic Monuments have no objections, and Shared Environmental Services advised there will be no impact on European sites. So in terms of the representations, 4 objections were received from 2 properties, number 58 Strabane Road and 55 Strabane Road. And to summarise the issues, they've raised concerns of overlooking into existing residents' living areas, an invasion of privacy and human rights. 2-storey dwellings will overlook the single-storey dwelling. There will be a loss of natural light. Traffic congestion, traffic speeds and road safety, noise and air pollution and disturbance, valuation of property, overbearing, out of character with existing properties on Strabane Road, the numbers of houses proposed on such a confined site, impacts on sewage system, existing issues with the sewers, noise and dirt during construction, and a detailed consideration of the objections as set out in officer's report, and officers would agree with many of the concerns raised by the objector with regards to the layout and consider that the proposal is overdevelopment of the site. The layout and orientation of dwellings is such that there will be a detrimental impact on existing residential amenity of number 58 Strabane Road, with overlooking, privacy and dominance being the main concern. The density is not appropriate for the site, and the layout does not respect the existing character along this part of Strabane Road. and a detailed consideration is within the report. So this is the third revised concept, revision C, since the application was submitted on the 31st of July 2018. The previous two concept layouts are within members' packs for information and were also considered unacceptable. Concept revision 3 also fails to demonstrate how the scheme takes account of the site and its context. The surrounding context is one of detached, semi-detached, road frontage facing dwellings with generous plot sizes. This layout is contrary to PPS 7 QD1. The 7 dwellings and how they are positioned and arranged on the site, their orientation and plot sizes is considered overdevelopment of the site. The proposal does not respect the residential amenity of the adjacent single-storey dwelling at 58 Strabane Road, with dwellings backing onto the existing dwelling, which are only 5 metres from the boundary, with little to no intervening vegetation. Despite numerous attempts to negotiate and agree an acceptable layout, over the intervening 2-year period, an acceptable layout has not been provided from the agent. In correspondence from the agent on the 7th of May 2020, the agent did not agree with officer's opinion and requested the application be brought to committee for a decision. So in terms of the key policy issues, officers consider that there is an unacceptable design concept for the site which does not meet quality standards or guidance in creating places and policy and is contrary to QD1 and QD2 of PPS 7. It does not provide a satisfactory layout or form of development. The proposal is overdevelopment of the site in terms of density and the numbers of units proposed. It does not respect the character of the area or pattern of development with inappropriate plot sizes and depths. It is a contrived orientation with rear gardens being visible from the public road at some plots. There are detrimental impacts on existing residential amenity, overlooking, dominance and loss of light. There's a potential impact on mature trees and encroachment onto routes which have not fully been taken into account from the development road and positioning of dwellings. No account has been taken between the location and spacing of buildings, the safeguarding of privacy, the scale of the proposal, or impacts on landscape design. And this is a photograph which just shows that there will be a detrimental impact on existing residential amenity of the adjacent dwelling, which is a bungalow, and officers' main concerns are overlooking inappropriate separation distance to the dwelling and loss of light in terms of the impacts on residential amenity. So in terms of the key policy issues, the position of the dwellings to the common boundary and the existing neighbouring dwelling is not acceptable. Proposed dwellings are located 5 metres from the boundary, backing onto the existing dwelling, where its front and rear amenity and living rooms will be detrimentally impacted. As advised earlier, DFI required land for visibility displays to be demonstrated within the red line of the application site and within the applicant's ownership, and an amended location plan was provided today. However, the pillars and walls are to be removed to provide displays and setback, and there's been no confirmation of the ownership. And in terms of other material considerations in relation to the late items and the noise impact, a draft report was submitted and potential for contamination, in which a 1-page document and map were received. As advised, this draft noise assessment submitted by email as a late item on the 29th of January 21 is in draft form and has been submitted some 2.5 years after being requested. The pollution document, which is a 1-page document and map to address contamination, again is submitted as a late item, is not considered as acceptable by environmental health. The agent has been aware of the noise and contamination concerns and was advised of these in previous correspondence in July 19, September 2019 and April 2020. Members will also note that today we also received late item drawings by email, and officers have considered the amended plan submitted today as a late item. Both drawings conflict. One shows 6 houses and the other shows 7 houses proposed. And this also conflicts with the description of the proposal where the application has been applied for 7 dwellings. These email plans do not address any of the issues within the proposal in terms of the concept layout, overdevelopment of the site, density, position, orientation of dwellings, and in particular the impacts on the existing residential amenity, as well as the other issues previously discussed in the presentation, including the ownership of the wall and pillar or the potential impact on trees. The position of the dwellings in these new plans submitted to neighbouring properties remains unchanged on this layout. The late item layout is not acceptable and does not address any of the reasons for refusal which are recommended to Planning Committee. So in terms of the recommended reasons for refusal, officers consider the proposal is contrary to the following policies: the SPPS and policies QD2 of PPS 7, the SPPS and QD1 of PPS 7 criteria A, B, C, E and H, the SPPS and policy LC1 of the addendum to PPS 7 criteria A and B. It is contrary to PPS 3 in that the applicant has failed to demonstrate a safe access or that the displays can be achieved within the ownership of the application site boundary. It is contrary to the SPPS in that insufficient information and adequate information has not been provided to assess nearby sources of noise, and is contrary to the SPPS in that there's insufficient information to demonstrate there will not be an impact on human health as a result of potential contamination. So there are 9 reasons for refusal recommended, which are set out in the report, and I will leave them there on the screen for members to read. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sarah. Can I invite Christopher Caldwell, the agent, to address the committee? Is Christopher on the call?
Hello?
Oh, is that you, Christopher?
Yep. Can you see me or not, or do you want to see me?
If you can put your camera on, I can't see you.
Yeah, there we go now. Is that you now?
Yeah, I can see you now. You're very welcome, Christopher. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you for giving me a chance to address you.
Yeah.
I'd just like to say, first of all, a lot of the stuff that Sarah just gone over, the first time I've heard it, about her concerns about trees and overlooking, or not sort of overlooking, about vegetation and about layouts. None of this has been ever relayed to me. I would complain that on this application, one of the issues is that I've not had any meaningful engagement with the planning department. That's my first thing I'm going to say to you. One of the issues I wanted to sort of find out first of all was she talked about contamination from next door. The only thing that we were ever been told about from the point of view of contamination next door was to address, can you see that? Yeah? That's
No,
a photograph
we
of a
can't.
small, that's a photograph of a small fire that we were told was the source of the contamination. And that our report was to look at any contamination that come from that. That's the only thing that we have ever been asked to point to be of pollution. We were never told anything about the petrol station next door, and we would add that if there is contamination next door, why is the council not doing anything about it to ameliorate the contamination from next door and remove it if it's infecting our property? The other issue that we talked about was the pillar and the sightline. I don't know. Can you see my screen or not? This is the pillar.
Oh.
Can't see that.
Is there any? See at this stage, can you just make a presentation and in terms of submitting additional documents or images, just at this stage keep your comment.
There's a pillar, and we can see over. Our pillar is to be removed. That we own that pillar. We can remove that pillar. But there's a piece of land on which an elevated electric pole sits on, and to me, if the electric pole is sitting on it, it's actually in the control of NAE. We can actually see over that wall for the sight line. We don't actually need to knock the wall down. And that is the issue about the sight line. And whether we need to extend the red line and who owns P2. In my opinion, the piece of land is in the control of NAE. And we have offered to move the pole into our site and remove it from the site, the visibility display. Road service don't like our note, and planning have backed that up that they don't like the note that we put on it about moving the pole. But we can, if we move the pole, we can see over the piece of land concerned. We don't actually need it for a sight line. What else have we got there? We didn't extend the red line for the sight line today. All we did was change. There was a typing error, and instead of 87 meters, it should have said 90 meters for the sight line. The red line was as previous, so there's no need for an amended P2. That's all I can say. I'm disappointed really sort of in this application. There's been an awful lot of stuff going on in it, and all I can say is I have had absolutely nothing but frustration with this application from planning service. I have had no meaningful engagement at all with it. So I have. I'm really, really disappointed in them. So, because like I say, we've been trying to push this forward, and all I have got is Stonewall, Stonewall, Stonewall the whole way through. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Caldwell. Members, is there, and I've no doubt that officers will have the opportunity to pick up on the point around engagement. But members, is there any questions to Christopher? Mr. McGuire, going ahead.
Yeah, Chair, overlooking, no matter what way you look at it, it's going to be an issue. So that probably will need some sort of clarity before we make any decision today. There's also refusal reason 3 to do with the impact of the landscape features, trees on the boundaries of the site and within the site, and that these can be protected and integrated to the overall project. Could you maybe, not like they can, but maybe you could elaborate a bit on that, Christopher? No, that's all for now.
Thanks.
Like I say, this is an outline application. If there's conditions to be attached to protecting trees on site, we're happy enough to do that. And we have only provided a notional, a hypothetical layout. It's not a final layout. Final layout can be looked at reserved matters, and there's conditions can be attached to them. But again, all this things about protecting trees, this is all new to us. We have never ever been asked about this.
Okay, Councillor McGuire, does that cover you? Does that cover the question?
Overlooking, Chair.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, overlooking.
Yeah.
I think if you actually look at the photograph of the site, I think the bungalow sitting on a site approximately an acre in size, and there's what I'm saying to you is if there's a problem with amenity and you live in a site an acre big, I don't know who expects to have an acre for an amenity space. And as well as that, if you look at one of the photographs provided there by planners, you'll see that there's a stone wall, and the bungalow is sitting possibly 3 meters above our site, and on top of that 3 meter bound or height, should I say, there's a 1.2. It looks like a 1.2 meter copper beech hedge planted in number 58 site. So I don't know how much amenity or how much overlooking he expects not to have. You know what I mean? It's an urban environment. It is what it is.
Chair, one more question.
Okay, go ahead.
The contamination report says that there was sampling done from 2 meters, and in Sarah's report it says 29 mil. So could maybe somebody clarify that?
Christopher, would you want to pick up on that point in the contamination report?
Sorry, we sent in a small report. We dug test holes way back in September, October, something like that, and we dug them to a depth of 2.9 meters, and we left them for a period of 3 days, and approximately 290 millimeters of water collected in the bottom of them, and there was no smell of any contamination, and there was no visible oil or anything like that contamination in what appeared just to be crystal clear water.
Well, there was a zero went missing there somewhere in Sarah's
No,
report, which is very, very
the,
significant.
the holes were dug to a depth of 2.9 meters and approximately 290 millimeters of water collected in the bottom of them. And it was absolutely no smell, and there was no sign of any oil or contamination in them. So, I don't know.
Thanks for that,
2.9
Claire.
meters isn't deep enough. I don't know. We'll go deeper.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Caldwell. Councillor McKinney, do you have a question?
Hello, Christopher. Yeah, I actually visited the site, and I was a wee bit concerned about the actual. You're talking about sightline there, displays. I was quite concerned. I thought it was quite a dangerous sort of position where you're building the houses there with that wall, as you were talking about the wall there. And to be quite honest, the visibility is quite poor there. And at the time of the site visit, we sort of had to jump back a few times from the edge of the on the footpath because of the heavy traffic passing up and down. So I'm a bit concerned about traffic coming out there. Also, is there possibly a TPO on some of these trees, which I think we need to look at? Another thing as well, we talked about amenity space. What is the regulations in relation to where you're putting a house? What sort of size is the amenity space are they going to have? Are they within the regulations or outside the regulations?
Can you address those, Mr. Caldwell?
Thank you.
Well, I'm assuming, Councillor McKinney, were you talking about traffic coming from Castledare or going to Castledare?
About traffic going both ways.
Well, there's adequate sightlines from the what I call a critical sightline is traffic coming from Castledare because that's on the same side of the road as the site. Okay, so it's on the carriageway nearest the site. And we've got absolutely perfect vision both ways, 90, 120 meters. So there's absolutely no problem there. The problem with regard to sightline is we're required to provide a 90-meter sightline for traffic coming from Strabane towards Castledare. Now, we have no problem seeing the traffic coming from Strabane because it's in the other carriageway on the other side of the road. That's the non-critical sightline. The issue about the sightline is 90 meters. Is we may, the sightline going towards Castledare, we have to see traffic coming out of other accesses. So we do. And we can see all the traffic coming out of all the other accesses. And we can see all the traffic coming from Strabane because it's on the other side of the road. So I don't believe that there's an issue with regard to road safety on it. And to be honest with you, there has, I think probably the requirement for the sightline, in my opinion, is a little excessive. I would have thought 2.4 by 70 was more than adequate, but road service have insisted on 2.4 by 90.
Okay. In relation to amenity space for the future residents.
Amenity space, yes. We are not providing any less than any other development. It's within the regulations. For instance, if I'm sure Sarah will be aware of, there's a little development at Wood End Road in Strabane called Round Hill Meadows. And that whole site at Round Hill Meadows is 1,500 square meters and it contains 5 houses. Now, we were looking to provide 7 houses in 3,500 square meters. And the one in Round Hill Meadows is approved and built. So it's well within the regulations.
I believe Councillor McKinney also asked a question in relation to tree protection order. Is there one?
I'm not aware of any.
Was that everything? Is there anything else you wanted to add?
No, can I come back, Chair, just on the matter, just to clarify something there with Christopher. Christopher, I have been in the haulage industry for 40 years. I've also been a driver trainer for 30 years, and I can tell you, the amount of speed of vehicles coming up and down that road, I can tell you now, your sight line, in my opinion, is dangerous.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Is it Alderman Kerrigan?
There. No, as I say, I know the site because it's from in my own DEA, and as I say, I was on the site visit there with Sarah and other members of the committee. What about the point they raised in to, it's not sitting in with the character of the Strabane Road. I mean, you're sitting there with a lot of semi-detached houses there, sitting along there, 2 stories and bungalows in there, and then you're looking to cluster 7 houses into this site. I mean, I knew that site when it was McCausland's house, and I know it's changed ownership and now it's for development here, but you know, you're going against sort of the character there. How do you stand on that one there, that you're trying to put 7 into that? Plus, again, the overlooking issue, I think, will be an issue for the next door neighbour, because you're going to have, with your 7 on this one here, you're still going to have 4 dwelling houses that will have their upstairs. They're going to be 2-story dwelling houses as far as we can see from this here, and they're going to be looking in from their upstairs windows into the property immediately adjacent to them. And I'm just wondering, that overlooking still an issue that I've concerns about, plus the number of dwellings that you're trying to put on the site and against the character of the Strabane Road there as you come out. So just your comments on that.
Sorry, my comments are that it's no more intense of a development than most other developments in the area, new developments. You know, this is the standard. We're heading towards sustainable development, and we have to build our houses probably closer to in smaller areas. That's just the way it is. As for overlooking, we all have issues with privacy, but at the same time, we all have to live somewhere. You know, it's not a case of not in my backyard. You know, the site next door, number 58, is sitting on an acre of land. You know, there's plenty of room for privacy and plenty of room for amenity within that acre of land. We're only looking to provide people with, you know, what I'm saying, probably 500 square meters of a plot or whatever. You know, I don't see it as a huge issue, so I don't.
Okay, thanks. Alderman Kerrigan, is that you? Are you content?
Well, I am content. I'm disagreeing, because I see from looking at the images of the next door neighbour, the four windows that are facing directly out into the site. And again, it's an acre of land. In regards to, if you're going on down the lines, income tax and corporation tax, your dwelling house can be on an acre of ground once it's in excess of that. But that's, so I mean, an acre site is something that would be viable in the countryside. But again, we're not going to argue on that one. But no, I accept his comments. I may not agree, but I accept his comments.
Okay. Don't think your buddies agreed either. Is there any other comments, members?
Can I come in with a query?
Yeah, Councillor Kelly, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to the issue of density and out of character with the that part of Castlederg, I wonder, could I pick up in terms of the satellite image on page 57 of the report, which shows a housing development commenced on the other side of the road. I'm just looking at the 6 houses around the bottom arc on that photograph, and I'm wondering how different this proposal is from the level of density in that development on the opposite side of the road, because it looks fairly similar, and those are semi-detached houses. So as low as 6 buildings, but it would be what, 10 houses, 11 houses.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Sarah, is there any chance we can get an overhead put up? Just might help Mr. Caldwell in answering the question.
Is that the plan you're referring to, Councillor Kelly?
No, it's the image on page 57, at the top of page 57 of the report.
I don't have that as part of the presentation, so I can't show you that image, but I am able to provide clarification about that site through the chair, if you would like me to do that.
Well, you'll get an opportunity to when we get the questions to the officer. But in this minute, on Councillor Kelly, you've asked Mr. Caldwell, they make a comparison with this development in regards to the neighbouring development. Do you wish to comment, Mr. Caldwell?
It's just in relation to the fact that the image on the screen shows a green field, but the image in the report shows a half finished development, and you can clearly see the degree of density of the houses in the development across the road from the site that's proposed in this application, and I'm just wondering what is the material difference in terms of the density. So that I suppose the picture on the screen isn't helpful in that sense, but the one in the report is.
Okay, and again, Councillor Kelly, there will be an opportunity for the address that to the officer. The officer will have an opportunity to respond in due course, but I'm giving Mr. Caldwell an opportunity to come on now and make if he can make any comment in relation to it.
Well, I obviously can't see the half-finished development on screen, so I would imagine that the development referred to is the same sort of density as I'm proposing. But I would say, looking at the one that is on screen at the minute, if you actually look at all those houses to the left there, all those houses all have gables looking into one another's gables. You know, if you look at the houses to the left of that whole commercial development there, all those houses on the left of it, all have gables looking into one another's gables, and there's only maybe a couple or 3 meters between them. So the issue of overlooking an amenity doesn't seem to have been a problem in the past for planning or for, you know, in the area. And I really don't see how a bungalow sitting on a large site is compromised when it's sitting on such a large site and it's sitting 3 meters above the copper beech hedge, screening it. I really don't see that, because none of the other houses in that area have that facility.
Thank you, Christopher. And Councillor Kelly, you content the have you any further questions to Mr. Caldwell? And I know Sarah will have the opportunity to come on and on your other point.
Just in relation to the density, I think it's comparable, but obviously we can't see it on the screen. But yeah, I can pick it up again with the officer.
Yeah. Is there any further questions to Mr. Caldwell? No. Okay, thank you, Christopher.
Thank you.
I'm going to invite Sarah to come on just to pick up on that point in terms of density that Councillor Kelly referred to, but also if you want to take opportunity to address any of the criticism from the applicant or Mr. Caldwell in relation to meaningful engagement.
Okay, thank you, Chair. In relation to the density, the site that's been referred to, which is on members' pack, it's located on the opposite side of the road. That site, now I don't have the size of the site in terms of hectares, but it's approximately 3 times larger in size than the proposed site. Okay, now that site in particular is located, or is zoned housing land within the area plan. So therefore, within the Strabane area plan, housing was an acceptable use on that site and is acceptable on the site. There is permission on that site for approximately 35 dwellings. As I said, this proposed site is approximately, you know, it's the zoned housing land is 3 times bigger than the proposed site. And officers at the time of the layout that was submitted for the zoned housing land considered it acceptable. And it's also important to note, and the members would have noticed this when on the site visit, that dwellings that are being built are road frontage and they're fronting onto the road, those that are located on Strabane Road, and therefore do reflect the character along Strabane Road, with only 2 dwellings proposed fronting onto the road. So hope that clarifies that question. In relation to a number of the points raised by the agent, I strongly refute that there has been no engagement with the agent. I have email correspondence on file from July 2019, September 2019, and a formal letter was sent to the agent in April 2020, which set out the key issues with the proposal in terms of the layout and also the consultee issues. I do have a response from Mr. Caldwell on file dated the 24th of April in response to the correspondence, and he has formally responded to the letter and to the issues that I have set out, and has stated that he disagrees regarding the officer's concerns with the proposal, and also considers that the issues such as contaminated land and the noise assessment were secondary issues on the application. And then the final paragraph within his response states that the client urges you to recommend the refusal of the application to council to allow planning committee to scrutinise the decision. So there's clear correspondence from the agent and myself on file, and that's just, I hope that clarifies that matter.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Councillor Kelly, does that address your point in relation to density?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, it answers the question. Yeah.
Okay, members, is there any other questions for Sarah? Councillor Boyle.
Chair, if anybody else has got any questions, I'd like to make a proposal if we can. So I'll afford anybody that wants to ask any questions, but I have a proposal. See, Councillor McGuire's got a question there, Chair.
No. Kieran, Councillor McGuire.
Thanks, Chair. First of all, could the clarification about the trial hole for the contamination report, could we maybe get some clarity on that? Councillor McKinney mentioned the speed of that road. Could that be just clarified for the rest of the committee that that's within a speed limit? Overlooking, how was overlooking been sorted out in other areas? I think most notably the one the house in Maher Mason, with the big house looking over the wee house. How was that? How was that overcome? You know, I'm sure there's other areas. Just that's all for now at the minute, Chair.
Okay, Sarah, do you want to pick up on those points?
Okay, through you, Chair. The contamination report, or the information, the letter and the plan that were submitted. So the plan indicates that it states in the plan that there's trial hole depths of 2.1 metres, but within the report, Environmental Health have assessed it, and they are advising, and in their written correspondence, which I have here, they've advised that the report only targets the first 290 millimetres below ground level, whereas it should consider at least the first 1 metre below ground level. So this is the assessment and the response that I have received from Environmental Health in this correspondence. So hopefully that provides clarification on that. I'll just move on to the next point, or is that okay, Chair? There was a query there about overlooking, and I mean, in each application where you have neighbouring boundary properties on a flat site, the minimum distance should be 10 metres on a back-to-back relationship, and that's within creating places guidance and also within all policies that we look at. Now, 10 metres is a minimum distance. This proposal is 5 metres to the common boundary, and it's proposed that these will be two-storey houses. So yes, we are gravely concerned that there will be overlooking onto the single-storey dwelling. And I'm not sure what the second point was. I may have missed that. You were requiring clarification about the road speed. I can't actually I don't know. I think it is. I mean, it's within the settlement limit. I don't have that answer to hand. All I have is the response from DFI Roads, which indicates what the required visibility display for a safe access onto this main Strabane road, which leads from Castledare to Strabane, what the required display is to provide a safe access for the site. But I'm assuming, given that it's inside the settlement limit, there is a speed limit, which maybe some of the members may be aware. Thank you.
Councillor McGuire, are you content?
8-mile speed limit. You know, it's no matter how fast you go, you can't go for 40. So, no, 40 is the limit. Chair, could I propose that we don't accept the officer's recommendation on just tell you now on the Strabane area plan 56.1 and 56.4. Just bear with me, Chair. 56.4, Chair, all new. The department will encourage the provision of a range of densities and house types and varied and good quality layouts to meet a variety of housing needs. So, and that this is one of a range of densities for the Castlederg area. 56.1 identifies sufficient land for new housing development. This is also Castlederg, and to provide a choice of housing sites in convenient locations to support the provision of a range of dwelling types to meet different housing needs. And that would be probably the crux of what I'd proposing on it. If I would go through maybe item 1, refusal. Just don't have it here now, Chair. It's not on the screen.
Councillor Boyle or Councillor Maguire. No, just 'cause I appreciate that you wish to make a proposal. I know the Councillor Boyle indicated that he wanted to make a proposal as well.
All right, sorry, Chair.
And that's I give you an opportunity to come on to ask a question in relation to that, but I know Councillor Boyle did indicate that he was going to make a proposal first, and it's only right that we hear Councillor Boyle's proposal first. Is there any further questions, members, before we've got a proposal or we hear a proposal? No. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for that. And perhaps Councillor Maguire doesn't actually hear me taking a back seat to let him ask a question. However, my proposal is going to run counter to what I think Councillor Maguire was about to suggest. I'm afraid, and I'll cut to the chase with it. The officer's recommendation, in my view, is a strong recommendation. This applicant, again, in my view, having read through the report, having listened to the agent, this application has to overcome 9 extremely strong reasons for refusal. I am very concerned about the issues in relation to overlooking in the property next door, notwithstanding all of what the agent has said, but there are other concerns here. Noise and contamination concerns have been highlighted. They haven't, to my mind, been appropriately addressed by the applicant or the agent. The view from our officers is that there's not an acceptable land risk assessment at this point. The noise report is only in draft. There's no certificate of ownership for elements of the application site. And, you know, from even a simple moral perspective, you know, the overlooking element, I'm not entirely sure I'd be terribly happy if I were to pass this through the system. If someone passed this through the system, and I lived at number 58 Strabane Road, when I had brought up so many very significant concerns, and another neighbour had done the same. And further to that, Mr. Caldwell did ask that this application be submitted to the planning committee for consideration. Those 9 refusal reasons have been put forward, and I haven't heard enough to convince me that there's any other course of action or direction of travel other than to accept the officer recommendation, Chair, and so that is my proposal.
Chair, can I come and I would second that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boyle, thank you. Councillor McKinney. Is there any further comments? And I did cut Councillor Maguire short, and Councillor Maguire was, I hope he understands that I was that Councillor Boyle had already indicated that he was willing to make a proposal, so it was only fair.
No problem, Chair. Sorry about that. Okay.
But it was is there anybody else that wishes to make a comment or before I put this proposal to a vote? and given the fact that the Councillor Maguire was prepared to make contrary proposal, I'm assuming that this isn't going to be unanimous, so I'm going to ask Maura to call a vote. So there's a proposal from Councillor Boyle, seconded by Councillor McKinney, to accept the officer's recommendation to refuse. Maura, will you take us to a recorded vote?
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Chair. Councillor Jason Barr.
Abstain.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Alderman Alan Breslin.
For.
Councillor Angela Dobbins.
For, Maura.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Sean Harkin.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
For, Maura.
Councillor Dan Kelly.
Against, Maura.
Thank you. Alderman Keith Carrigan.
For, Maura.
Thank you. Alderman Hilary McClintock.
For.
Councillor Kieran Maguire.
Yeah.
Yeah, got that. Councillor Philip McKinney.
For, Maura.
Councillor Eileen Mellon.
For, Maura.
Thank you. And Councillor Sean Mooney.
For, Maura.
Thank you. So, Chair, that's 11 for, 2 against, and 1 abstention. So that vote passes.
Okay, thank you, Maura. So that application has been refused. Members, our next item, again, it's Sarah again, and it's LA 11 2016 0976. It's Appendix 4 in our packs. Members, there's been a considerable amount of late information in relation to this. There's 11 emails. And at this point, members, I would like to highlight the fact that our head of planning has made a declaration of interest in this application, so she won't be present as this application is being discussed. So, members, I'm going to suggest that we take 5-10 minutes to familiarise yourselves with the 11 emails that have been sent as late items, and we can come back. I know, and again, apologies. Councillor Mooney had also indicated that there was a declaration of interest. Councillor Mooney, did you want to come on?
Remind you.
Yeah.
So I'll have to step out if that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah. No. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Mooney. So members, there's I'm going to take 5-10 minutes to go through the late items, and then Sarah will present the application. So we'll be back in a few minutes.
Chair, can I suggest we make it 10?
Yeah, I was going to do that, but I was going to come on and allow afford people the opportunity to see if they needed more time. But I was right. Understanding that it would more likely take 10.
That's grand. Thanks.
Thanks. Are members content to proceed, or do you need more time? Is there anyone needs more time? I appreciate that there's quite a lot of information that's been submitted late. But so we're all content to proceed. Okay, thank you. I'm going to hand over to Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. Item 4 is LA 11 2016 0976, and this is a proposed residential development of 33 number houses comprising of 8 bungalows and 25 two-storey dwellings with landscaped amenity space, an internal road layout and pedestrian cycle link to the Riverside Walkway, junction improvements at Ebrington Park, Limavady Road and Rockport Park and Limavady Road junctions to provide visibility space. The site is located on lands at Ross Bay off the Limavady Road, and the recommendation is to approve. Members will recall that a predetermination hearing was held on the 9th of September 2020, and a site visit with members was carried out on Friday the 18th of December 2020. Details of the predetermination hearing and the site visit are set out within the report. This is the site location plan and aerial photograph of the site. The site is situated within the development limits of Derry on unzoned land in the Derry area plan. It is a greenfield site approximately 2.7 hectares in size. The site is bounded by River Foyle to the north, Caw Park to the east, and residential areas of Ross Bay and Rockport Park to the south, which have a mix of single-storey and two-storey dwellings. A band of trees borders the northern boundary, which then slopes downwards towards the Waterside Greenway and the Northern Ireland Railway line. Ross Bay is accessed from Ebrington Park and Rockport Park, both of which have junctions with Limavady Road. So this is a photograph showing the northern boundary of the site along the eastern parcel. This is a photograph of the western and the northern boundaries of the site. This is a photograph of the eastern part of the site with boundary to dwellings in Ross Bay. This is another photograph showing the existing dwellings at Ross Bay at the southern boundary on the western part of the site. This is the proposed entrance and access to the site, which is located between numbers 23 and 27 Ross Bay, and both dwellings are two-storey. Number 23 is a detached and number 27 is a semi-detached dwelling. And this is a photograph showing the boundary to the rear of the existing dwellings 23 and 27 Ross Bay, with the access located between the two properties. So in terms of the consultee summary, SAS carried out an appropriate assessment and reviewed the HRA to consider piling impacts on European sites, and concluded the proposal will not have an impact on protected European sites. A flood risk assessment and drainage assessment were submitted, and DFI Rivers have no objection. Derry Natural Environment Division considered an ecology report and habitat survey submitted, and advised there will be no loss of roosting habitat for bats, and have no objection, subject to a condition requiring a further otter and badger survey check to be carried out prior to commencement of development. Derry Marine and Fisheries Division considered the method and type of piling, duration, frequency and timing of the piling works and impacts on mobile marine protected species, and have no objection. Derry Regulation Unit considered a preliminary risk assessment and concluded that there would be a low risk to the water environment and have no objections subject to conditions, and Water Management Unit have no objections. Environmental Health have considered a contaminated land assessment, a preliminary risk assessment, and have no objections subject to conditions requiring further site investigations post-planning. A CEMP will be required to assess dust, noise and mitigation during construction, and they have no objections subject to this being conditioned. Noise and vibration on residential amenity have been considered, and a noise assessment was submitted, and Environmental Health have no objections. Noise from proposed piling has also been considered. A piling noise and vibration impact assessment has been received. Piling will take place over a 16-day period using 2 piling rigs. Temporary movable noise barriers will be erected close to the piling rig during operation. The agents have committed to using a continuous flight auger CFA piling method, and site perimeter hoarding is to be erected to the rear of existing houses during the construction period, and Environmental Health have no objection to this subject to conditions. Building Control have considered a slope stability report submitted in October 16 and 2 further addendums submitted in November 18 and April 19. They've also assessed foundation plans, embankment plans, and sections received in support of the application. Building Controls Department have advised that the reports have demonstrated that piling and additional areas of fill will minimise additional applied loading of the existing slope. The piles along the crest of the slope will improve the implied safety factor of slip circles passing through the site and emerging within the slope face, which is outside the site boundary. The calculations indicate the proposed use of pile foundations for dwellings and rear gardens will have an effect of enhancing the factor of safety for the slope. Council's Building Control Officer is satisfied that it has been demonstrated the proposed design concept is feasible and will result in an adequate factor of safety against slip for the development. The details of the solution will be subject to a final design once the type and nature of the piling system is determined and are confirmed no objections subject to conditions. NI Water has no objections. Lochs Agency have no objections subject to conditions. Council's Parks and Recreation team also considered provision of the proposed pedestrian connection to access the waterside greenway and have confirmed they are fully supportive of the plans to enhance walking and cycling connectivity to the greenway. Northern Ireland Railways also considered the stability reports and have no objections, subject to conditions requiring detailed design of the retention system to ensure no risk of subsidence. Details of temporary and permanent works, design checks to be carried out by a chartered civil engineer, monitoring stations to be put in place on the common boundary to ensure that settlement can be identified during construction or completion. The required condition that no storm or foul water is permitted to be discharged onto the Northern Ireland Railway property, and drainage design details to be submitted. Works involving cranes are to have control measures to prevent movement of loads, and appropriate conditions are considered necessary to satisfy all of Northern Ireland Railway's requirements, and these conditions are included in the report. DFI Roads advised that there is an existing substandard visibility to Limavady roads and its junctions with Ebrington Park, Rockport Park and Cobb Park. External works on Limavady Road will improve the visibility for both existing and proposed residents. A safe access from Ross Bay into the site can be achieved, and DFI Roads has no objections subject to conditions. And I'll discuss this further in the PPS reassessment. Members will also note that attached to the report is a clarification document from DFI Roads officers following queries raised at the predetermination hearing. So in terms of representations, 513 objections from 32 addresses have been received. This includes a petition of objection with 32 signatures and a detailed submission from Limavady Road Residents Group. And to summarise the issues, these relate to congestion, road safety, access and improvement works, insufficient and out-of-date transport assessment, traffic congestion on Limavady Road, narrowing of Limavady Road and proposals to widen the footpath, with safety issues for vehicles and cyclists, the visibility at Rockport Park and Ebrington Park with Limavady Road junctions, width and alignment of Rockport Park, Limavady Road and Ebrington Park and Limavady Road junctions, intensification of Rockport Park and Ebrington Park during construction and completion, visibility displays at 27 Ross Bay, parking on footways and impacts on pedestrian safety, and potential restriction on access for emergency vehicles. The objections also relate to layout and house types, privacy, overlooking, loss of light, natural heritage issues, a loss of a greenfield site, impact on protected species, wildlife and impacts of the River Foyle, ASSI and SAC. There's objections on the opening of the pedestrian and cycle connection from the site to the greenway and antisocial behaviour, air pollution, noise, dust, impacts on existing utilities, noise and vibration from piling, land stability, slope embankment and monitoring stations. There's objections relating to sewers and NI water for infrastructure and drainage, open space and open space management, flooding and drainage, a challenge to DFI Roads regarding the sale of the site and potential conflict of interest for the department, and other issues also relating to the devaluation of property, timing of neighbour notification procedures, change to the red line boundary of the application site, public consultation and a P2 challenge on land ownership. And these objections are set out in detail in members' reports along with officers' detailed consideration and assessment. A number of representations were also received in advance of and following the PDH. And these related to viewing the application file during COVID restrictions, a P2 challenge regarding the applicant's name and that registered on the land registry map and validity of the application, a P2 challenge on the lands at the junction of Everton Park and Lamavady Road Junction. Correspondence received from an objector, which were letters sent directly to the DFA Roads Manager, and the DFA Roads Manager responded to the objector directly. A query from number 35 Ross Bay, which raised policy issues, and officers provided a response to the objector in a letter on the 8th of December, and a further objection from number 27 Ross Bay following the attendance at the PDH. And DFA Roads have provided a detailed response to the issues raised on the consultation response dated the 6th of January 2020, and all of these representations and officers' consideration is again set out in the report. One letter of support was received and supported the application and considered that there is a need for this type of development in a sought after accessible location. Members will now be aware that a number of late item objections have been received on the application, which members have now had the opportunity to consider. And to summarise the issues, these are as follows. There's been a query regarding who is liable for the maintenance of the road surfaces and pathways within the proposed development, and a question, will refuse vehicles collect bins within the development? And officers would advise that the road within the development will be adopted, meaning that bin lorries will enter the site to collect bins, and the site is to be determined under the private streets order. And the other issue raised in the late item objections is open space and open space management, and a question if council will take responsibility for it. Does it make it a public area, and will it be promoted in council's brochures? And the objector requests clarification and examples where this has taken place in the council area. Officers would advise members that there is no onus on council to take on the responsibility of the open space areas. Proposed condition number 6 requires that the open space and landscaped areas are to be managed and maintained by an open space manager to manage the open space areas in perpetuity. It's been raised that there's been a failure in the report to show photographic examples of the narrow entrance at the top of Rockport Park. Officers advise members that the site has been visited by officers on more than 3 occasions, and we are aware of the existing poor visibility from the junctions, which is clearly evident on the site. The proposed roadworks at Lamavady Road will improve the existing visibility at all junctions to Lamavady Road, and DFA Roads are also fully aware of the site and the surrounding access roads and have no objection subject to conditions. It's been raised that there's a query on the major housing development classification in the report, and the reason being presented to committee, whereas DFA Roads' response to the objector states that it is not an application. And there's question that if the developments at 43 and 45 Lamavady Road are major, then this would then affect the TAF and the addendums. Officers would advise that this application is classified as a major application under the Development Management Regulations Northern Ireland 2015, due to the size of the application site being over 2 hectares. It does not meet the numbers threshold of 50 units and is major based only on the size of the site area. And with reference to the developments at 43 and 45 Lamavady Road, these were not major developments. One was for 3 houses and the other was a proposal for 18 dwelling units, and I provided the reference numbers which are on the screen. There were queries raised over the TAF and committed developments in the event of the bridge being closed, and officers would advise that all roads related concerns have been addressed in officers' report and also in the appended DFA Roads consultation response, which provided clarification on a number of these matters following the PDH. An issue has been raised that there's been a failure to meet the PDH outcomes. It is questioned why an independent traffic survey has not been done. It was expected from the objector, from the PDH and member site visits, that DFA would conduct appropriate road studies, and questioned why has DFA been allowed to base their recommendations on a commercial developer provider report, which is outdated and biased. And again, officers would advise that all roads related matters are fully considered in the report and in the appended consultation response from DFA Roads, which provided clarification to these matters raised at the PDH. An objector has raised that there are construction contradictions in the planning conditions with regard to the foundations of proposed houses, which require piling and are located in an exclusion zone for an NI water sewer running through the site, and are concerned that there are risks to the sewer and health issues. Officers can advise members that the 10-metre maintenance strip is in the centre of the site is required by NI Water to ensure that access to the main sewer running through the centre of the strip is for maintenance purposes. NI Water were consulted on the layout and the piling solution in February 2020 and have no objections, and this is set out in the report. Officers have again further notified NI Water on the 1st of February 2021 on the objection and the supporting diagram which accompanied the objection. And NI Water have confirmed in an email correspondence on the 2nd of February 2021 that their position remains unchanged and they are fully aware of the developer proposals as part of the Article 161 agreement which the developer has entered into. NI Water confirmed that the developer's proposals have taken into account the NI Water infrastructure within the development. An objector has raised that the submitted plan states that precast concrete-driven piles is a contradiction to the CFA on the piling report, and the plans do not support this. They consider the precast driving piles are disruptive, and reassurance is sought that this is not permitted. So officers can advise members that the piling and noise impact assessment carried out in January 2020 is based on continuous flight over CFA. The noise levels predicted have been conditioned to ensure that the CFA method of piling will be used on this site. The piling plans submitted were for information purposes only to demonstrate that a piling solution is achievable, and the final piling design solution has been conditioned to be agreed with Council and Northern Ireland Railways prior to commencement of the development under proposed conditions number 33 and 34, and therefore the officers consider that the plans do not need to be updated or changed. It's been raised that the period of 16-day piling is likely to overrun, and the objector demands more information and penalty for this breach. Constructing the embankment will result in two piling levels and will take time to reduce the level and get the machine to the area next to the railway line. They consider the methodology for the construction works has not been fully appreciated, and it is likely to take longer and involve temporary works to retain the bank whilst lower piles are resolved. Officers can advise members that the estimation of the piling duration has been made by civil engineers while consulting in their correspondence submitted to Council on the 4th of June 2019, and there is no valid reason to discount the estimate by the civil engineers who are competent in this field. It has also been raised that with regards to elderly neighbours, planners wrongly permitted the working hours from 7 AM to 7 PM on weekdays and 7 AM on a Saturday, and that there are no restrictions stated around bank holidays, and they consider a 7 AM start time as not acceptable. And officers could advise members that if they were minded to approve the application, the condition can be amended so that construction work proposed in condition number 17 would be from 8 AM to 6 PM Monday to Friday, 9 AM to 1 PM on Saturdays, with no work permitted on Sundays or on bank holidays, and the applicant also has no objection to this condition being amended. There's been reference to title documents on the 8th of September showing lands at the junction of Eberton Park owned by the objector's son and another that the applicant has no right to the sightlines over, and considers that this should be considered by Council solicitor. They considered any physical interference or encroachment by the applicant to or on land registered on the folio will be an act of trespass, and any reduction in the width of Limavady Road between Eberton Park and Rockford Park junctions will be malfeasance. These matters have already been addressed in officers' report, and DFI Roads confirmed that they have control of the lands for the existing public roadway, footway and verge for its purpose as part of the road network. Another objector has raised that at the predetermination hearing, councillors asked that Roads provide up-to-date traffic information before the next meeting and wanted to inspect it before the application would be decided. A copy of officers' report and the consultation response from DFI Roads, which is appended to the report, were available to view on the planning portal from Wednesday the 27th of January and were also sent to the objector by email on the 1st of February. And this explains DFI Roads' position. An objector has raised that the committee sent a deputation to view the site of the proposed works on Limavady Road, and can objectors be made aware of their findings and concerns about the volume of cyclist traffic on the road and footpath has increased since COVID. Officers would advise that member site visit was carried out on the 18th of December 2020 and the details of which are in officer's report, and a copy of this report was sent to the objector by email on the 1st of February. A late item objection It's been raised that the late item objection in advance of the PD hitch relating to the validity of the application and land registry details has been queried. Have council solicitors considered this and considered that there will be grounds for a judicial review? Officers would advise members that all of the points raised are considered in detail already in officers' report, and the land registry details have also been considered by council's legal team, as is detailed in the report. Council's legal team carried out a check on the title of the lands. The site is registered to one of the companies that make up the McGuinness Group, and Council's legal department advised that this is accepted, and officers are therefore content that the P2 certificate has been completed correctly for the site. An objector has questioned, was an amended certificate C supplied relating to lands belonging to Council where the pedestrian connection leads to the Greenway, and officers can confirm that yes, the applicant served notice on Council's Parks and Recreation team on the 21st of August 2018, and the certificate was updated and is available on portal and was submitted to Council. An issue has been raised, roads issues relating to Rockport Park, obstruction of visibility, roads conditions and safety, increased traffic works, health and safety risks, and consideration should be given to upgrading Rockport Park entrance and exit onto Limavady Road in advance of works commencing. Officers would advise that there are works proposed and significant upgrades to the visibility, which will improve the visibility at Rockport Park and Limavady Road Junction proposed as part of this development proposal, which are considered acceptable to both officers and DFI roads. So this is the proposed site layout. The site is immediately north of number 5 to 51 Ross Bay. The layout and site is in a linear form, and all proposed 33 dwellings are detached with a mix of 8 single-storey dwellings and 25 two-storey dwellings. The proposed dwellings will have a back-to-back relationship with those dwellings in Ross Bay. The dwellings on the northern boundary are dual frontage to River Foyle. Access is taken directly between number 23 and 27 Ross Bay, which will be upgraded to accommodate the access. A pedestrian connection has been provided to connect to Cow Park. Open space is provided centrally and is located within the site, with an additional informal area of open space on the western part of the site, separating the existing development at Ross Bay from the proposed dwellings. There's provision within the site for a new pedestrian and cycle connection onto Waterside Greenway, and there is adequate rear garden amenity space for each of the dwellings proposed, in excess of the guidance of creating places, and sizes range from 119 metres squared to over 200 metres squared private amenity, with adequate separation distances between the existing and proposed dwellings in Ross Bay. Adequate parking has also been provided within the site. In terms of the policy assessment and the Derry area plan, the site is located on unzoned land within the development limits, and policies BE1 urban design, H1 housing design and layout, and EMV7 retention of vegetation and landscape requirements are assessed as set out in the report, and the principle of housing on the site is acceptable. In terms of PPS2, there's no impact on designated sites. A stage 1 appropriate assessment has been carried out. NED have confirmed that there's no impacts on bats or other natural heritage features, and confirmed that they considered all the objections and are content with the proposal, subject to a further otter and badger check being carried out prior to commencement of the development, and this has been conditioned by officers. So with regards to the external works to Limavady Road, this plan shows what works are required to Limavady Road. So this application proposes works to Limavady Road, which are required to mitigate intensification of traffic volumes as a result of the development, which will improve visibility from Ebrington Park and Rockport Park. These works include the widening of the footway along Limavady Road, and to achieve this, a slight narrowing of Limavady Road is required, but this does not represent a reduction below the required standard of 7.3 metres that is required for this class of road, which is a trunk road. A departure from standards was applied for and accepted by the department. Visibility displays of 2.4 by 70 metres will be provided at the junctions of Ebrington Park and Limavady Road and Rockport Park and Limavady Road Junction. Visibility will also be improved from McCrory Park and for existing dwellings which access directly onto Limavady Road within the extent of the carriageway alteration. The widened footway will also improve pedestrian safety. This next plan shows what works are required to the public road at Ross Bay. So at the entrance to the site from Ross Bay, the works will include curb realignment to provide a minimum 2 metre footway, 2.4 by 39 metre visibility space, relocation of the streetlights at the entrance and gully relocation. A vehicle connection into Cobb Park was originally proposed, but has been removed during the processing of the application. However, a pedestrian connection remains at this location. DFA Roads has considered in detail all the representations received and have advised that they are content that all issues have been addressed to allow this development proposal to be approved subject to condition, and the proposal therefore complies with PPS 3. At the PDH in September 2020, members asked questions which had been previously addressed with an officer's PDH report, except for one point which required further clarification. And following the PDH, DFA Roads have provided clarification to members in response to the questions at the PDH, and this was appended to members' reports for their information. So in terms of PPS 7, this proposal is considered acceptable. The access can be taken between numbers 23 and 27 Ross Bay with a pedestrian connection to Cobb Park. There's a back-to-back relationship with existing dwellings. The proposal is in a linear form with a central area of open space and a new pedestrian connection to the Greenway. Adequate private amenity has been provided, ranging in excess of the guidance of creating places. There is adequate parking within the site, and dwellings will have a dual frontage house type to the river, and the separation distances are considered acceptable. This is a few samples now of the house types proposed. That is house type AX and house type A. There are 25 two-storey dwellings with a variation in the two-storey design theme. House type AX is located on 2 plots at sites number 9 and 19. And house type A is located on the northern boundary with a frontage to both the river and the internal development roads. 11 house types have the house type A within the development site. This is proposed house type B, and there are 7 plots with this proposed house type, which are located at the southern part of the site, backing onto dwellings at Ross Bay. The finished floor levels of these dwellings are set lower than the existing dwellings in Ross Bays, and examples of this have been provided within members' reports. Each of the plots with this house type has a significant separation distance to Ross Bay, ranging from 28 metres to 37 metres back-to-back relationship. The separation to the common boundary is approximately 11.5 metres, and this is within the recommended guidance of creating places. This is proposed house type C, which is a boat house. There are 4 house type Cs, which are located in the western part of the site. These are 2-storey dwellings, approximately 8 metres, and this is a bespoke house type. These dwellings are separated from any property in Ross Bay by the internal development road and an area of green space. The closest separation distance to a dwelling in Ross Bay is at plot 2, which is 17 metres to the common boundary and 38 metres to the rear facade of number 5 Ross Bay. The proposed finished floor level is approximately 1 metre lower than the finished floor level of existing dwellings in Ross Bay. This is the proposed bungalows, and there are 8 bungalows located within the site. One is located where it adjoins the boundary with an existing dwelling in Dingfield. The remaining 7 bungalows are located on the southern boundary and have a back-to-back relationship with existing dwellings, numbers 37 to 47 Ross Bay, with separation distances ranging from 10 to 14 metres to the common boundary. Careful consideration has been given by the design team to provide bungalows at these plots to ensure that there will be no adverse impact on residential amenity. In terms of PPS 7, the proposal meets all of the criteria A to A. The proposal meets the criteria within PPS 7 addendum. The density is not significantly greater than the surrounding residential area, and the pattern of development is in keeping with the overall area, and dwelling sizes meets the guidance of Annex A. Open space has been provided in accordance with PPS 8, and the 10% requirement has been met. In terms of PPS 15, a flood risk and drainage assessment has been submitted, and DFI Rivers accept a discharge rate of 120 litres per second, and consent is granted for this by DFI Rivers, who have no objection, and therefore the proposal complies with PPS 15. So in summary, this application has been fully assessed against the Derry Area Plan and all relevant planning policies. The professional advice from the consultees and all of the objections and late items received have been fully considered as detailed in the officer's report and in the presentation. The officer's recommendation is to approve, subject to the conditions set out in the report, with a suggested amendment to condition 17 as discussed in the presentation relating to the hours of construction. Thank you, Chair.
you, Sarah, for a very comprehensive report. And I know members have had the opportunity to not only read what a very comprehensive report, but we've also had the opportunity to go through a predetermination here in respect to this too. So there's already been a considerable amount of discussion in relation to this application. But with that in mind, I'm going to there's two speakers, objectors who have requested speaking rights. Martin Rogers and Rudy Moore. I understand that Rudy Moore is going to take the presentation on behalf of the objectors, but Martin is also on the call as a registered speaker. So if members have any questions at the end of this, either Martin or Rudy should be able to answer them. So I'm going to pass over to Rudy Moore. Are you on the call?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Hopefully you can hear and see me okay.
You're very welcome, Mr. Moore. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, there are a lot of information to go through, and I don't have as much time as Sarah's had, but I represent the objectors, to which is over 500 plus objectors, and this format's very difficult to communicate our position within 5 minutes, so I'll give it a go. And kindly, some of the points we raised have been already addressed, so I'll have to react slightly. But look, this is not just 33 houses in the field. We feel this largely affects the Limavady Valley Road. There's 500 objectors, which is abnormally high for private residential development. We believe that's the highest in the last 10 years, and that should trigger the planning process, really to seek wider consultation of the public and the users of the Limavady Valley Road. We've requested this for many times, and we assumed that would be an action from the predetermination hearing, and unfortunately it doesn't seem to be. The fact that the Limavady Valley Road is a major trunk road, it should be consulted to the public. Now, the background of this development started off as a red line boundary around a field, and a few residents were taken to consultation event in the Waterford Hotel. It's turned out then that the application's been modified a number of times with a revised company name or applicant name, and that now continues to cover the field plus a large proportion of the Limavady Valley Road. And in doing so, has meant that the developer has not been required to go back out to public consultation. So there's potentially thousands of objectors in the background who do not know anything about this development and the effect that it's having on the Limavady Valley Road. So I'd like to bring that to your attention again. The reason this development may be permitted is because DFI roads are assessing their recommendation based on developer provided information. That information is outdated. It's dated back from 2012. And that is developer-led information, which we consider to be biased. Out of such an impacted development, which is major, on the Limavady Valley Road, surely that deserves our tax-paying road service. We all pay tax to road service. Surely they should be made to provide an independent traffic assessment so we can base these decisions on impartial information. I mean, the councillors are at risk of permitting this development because you're not taking these 500 plus objectors into account, but also there could be thousands if we did go to public consultation. And I would like to draw some, contradictions in the information. The DFI roads previously stated that Ebrington Park and Rockport Park, these are roads from the Limavady Valley Road down into the development field. They were previously stated to be unsafe and not wide enough, but that decision has changed ultimately because the junctions are now improved. And the junctions in Limavady Valley Road, yes, are improved, but they've narrowed the Limavady Valley Road. And I remind the committee members here that that has been approved on the back of a departure away from a 90-metre visibility down to 70. So the rules are being permitted to be relaxed for the developer because the information generated is based on what we feel is biased information. This road study from DFI has considered this to be not a major development. However, as Sarah alluded, it is a major development. So does that mean that the DFI are now forced to revisit their information based that this is a major development and is affecting the Limavady Valley Road? Moving on then to the contradictions in the planning, the drawing information.
We've just been through Sarah's presentation regarding the water infrastructure, and I believe Northern Ireland Water have now looked and have no further concerns. But ultimately, an exclusion zone is an exclusion zone. It's there for a reason. Why is the developer being permitted to encroach in that? It's a similar scenario to the departure permitted on the road's visibility display lines. We just think that, you know, this needs further consideration. The working hours, I'm happy to see that that's been resolved. 8 o'clock start is still very earlier start. And yes, we do have elderly. 25 of these houses on Ross Bay back onto the site. 11 are occupied by pensioners. 3 of those houses are occupied by people in their 90s. So there is a dynamic and a community. Finally, in conclusion, we really want to draw attention to the construction methodology here. We are dealing with extravagant, intense construction to build the land up onto embankments out of its natural topography. These are for boat houses and for tall 2-story houses. We are all bungalows. As a resident of Ross Bay, the area is bungalows. So I disagree with that Planning Policy 7 QD1. These homes are not in keeping with the surrounding, and they do not follow the topography. And that's clear from the information, where the engineer has to pile the ground, geotechnically stabilize it and raise it up. I cannot see how that meets the QD1. Finally, this developer, in order to get proper visibility lines, would have had to purchase properties at the top of Limavady Road junctions. They themselves stated that that was not economically viable. And how is it economically viable for the developer to throw money at geoengineering the site, which was never intended for development? It's classed as a raised beach in one of the soil reports. That's an excessive spend on engineering the ground so that the developer can get these big houses on the overlooking the foil, big houses that are not in keeping with our current setup. In summary, then, you know, this is a gamble made on a plot of land. There are statutory bodies reviewing information that is being provided by the developer and not impartial. There's an additional number of cars coming onto the roads leading from the development to the Limavady Road. The road has not been improved whatsoever, only the junctions. So the safety problems still remain. The Limavady Road itself has been narrowed. That's going to affect thousands of people for the next 50, 100 years, having a bottleneck there and what is not fully compliant visibility displays. So look, I think the people here need to be coming before the developer's profit. And I hope that you can see from our perspective, we are contradicting some of the planning policy guidance that has been presented to date. And thank you very much for your time, Chair.
Mr. Mayor, and I note at this stage that Mr. Martin or Mr. Rogers is on the call as well. So, members, is there any questions to Rudy or Martin? Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Chair, for letting me in. Yeah, and thanks, Rudy, for your presentation, and Martin as well, and for your persistence on this. Yeah, so, you know, reading through all the documents, there's obviously a lot of objections, and there's a tremendous amount of literature now for the councillors to try and read through. And as you can imagine, this has got very difficult for people. But it seems to me that none of the people who were objecting have changed their mind. They're still objecting. And you were saying there was over. Well, could you talk a bit more about the 500 objections that you mentioned? And see that thing about the public consultation that you talked about. So there's different types of consultations. Has there been a consultation done by the company in the area, like an actual consultation? And how would you conceive of a public consultation being held?
Well, thanks, Councillor Harkin. We back as far as 2016 were invited as a group of residents who backed onto this development to Waterford Hotel, where the architects showed the plans. And I mean, in the journey of this application, those plans have been changed in response to queries and initial objections. But what has massively changed is the fact that the development now requires a lot of the Limavady Road, a massive proportion of the Limavady Road to be changed, and roadworks and all of the disruption. And really what's been forgotten about here is you have to get from A to B. You still have to go through Abington Park. There's not a pathway on both sides. Cars physically have to be mounting the pavement. You're on the road. And what we're annoyed about is that each and every plot of land, a large garden or an old house gets demolished, 15 replace it. And each and every application is reviewed in its isolation. So road service will review that, look at the connectivity to the road and permit it. But where's the holistic approach of the whole lot? The Limavady Road has changed in the last 5-10 years massively. And we feel that because now that application started off as a red line around the field, it's developed to cover a lot of the Limavady Road. Surely that needs to go widespread. And similar proposals to big bypass projects or road modifications, that goes out to widespread public events over a number of days. It's advertised in the newspaper and all sorts. We're not getting that here. And I believe thousands of Limavady Road users with the new schools, new Foyle Arena, new traffic junction in Ebrington, they'll be alarmed to hear that we are now narrowing the Limavady Road, and none of these people are aware of it, Councillor.
Can I come back there, Chair?
Just I'm going to give Mr. Morinal an opportunity to touch on the objections. I know.
Sorry, yes.
Well, there was 500 objections, maybe not 500 objectors. I don't know if you want to push on that.
Yeah, it's due to the ongoing duration of this, but ultimately we have 518 objections, and that's coming from a lot of interested parties, residents, and wider users of Limavady Road. But I have to say it's difficult, very difficult to access the planning portal to register these objections. There are consultees in terms of neighbours who are bound by physical boundaries to the site who do get a letter from the planning office. But what about all those people that don't get consulted? That's why I feel public consultation event would generate a massive scale of objections compared to what we have. So yes, there's elderly people, there's difficulties in getting objections into the portal, but 500 objections. We're looking at other applications today with 18 and with 5. I mean, the numbers present themselves. I hope that councillors take that into consideration.
Chair, could I make comment, please?
Hold on, I want to go back to Councillor Harkin to see if his question's been answered, because Councillor Harkin, do you feel that your question's been answered?
Yeah, could I just come back there to the, is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, so, yeah, no, I think what you said there about, look, a lot has to be done in order for this project to go forward, not just in the area where the houses would be built, but along the Limavady Road. And I think that raises, as you've said, many other issues. And when I look at this, it's like the put houses where the proposed, this is a green space in an area, and it looks to me like it's going to become increasingly congested. It'll become a very congested area if you build in that wee strip of land that's been unzoned. So are people feeling that this is going to lead to just more congestion even in the residential area? I mean, I know the Limavady Road is an additional area. See, even the house between 23 and 27, I mean, that's where the proposed road would go into the site. I mean, I'm wondering, if that was my house, if I was living there, I'd be annoyed that now there was going to be a road in, and I presume that would be the road in as well for the duration of the construction. So I'm just trying to get a sense of, like, because the congestion of the area as well, in terms of building in every wee spot where there's a bit of green. That I don't think so. I'm wondering if that's what people, if that just in terms of the physical and living space that people will be this could become in the future.
Yeah, so very much supporting that, because the access into the road is yeah.
Can I stop you there, because I know you're going to do the presentation. See, in terms of congestion, can I ask Martin to come in and answer that? Just to be fair, because I don't want this to be another presentation. So, in relation to the question around congestion, and I know Martin has indicated in the chat box that he's directly affected by the road that Councillor Harkin has alluded to. So, I think it's only fair that we allow Martin to come on and address that point. Go on ahead, Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Harkin, I'd like to say I live at 27. All the traffic is going to go down the side of my house. I have seen the issues and experienced the issues of congestion that goes up through Edmonton Park, which is a small facility. When we attended the first presentation in the Waterford Hotel, I asked the architect directly how many cars would be facilitated at these homes, and he said that it would be 1.6. The plan's latest submission of cars is 2.4, yet the plans show provision for 4 parking spaces at each house. That leads into itself does not give a facility for any visitors or deliveries. So you can imagine the volume of traffic is going to go up the side of my house, try and access the Limavady Road or come in off the Limavady Road. I'd like to go on to another point that was raised there about a holistic approach, which Rudy has alluded to. I've asked the question before and no one's asked it, and I asked it again in this forum. Name me a major arterial route in this city that has been narrowed in the past 50 years. And I draw the attention to the council, the members, that in the late 50s, early 60s, this road was widened to its existing width through a compulsory purchase order because of increased traffic. If that was the increased traffic in the early 60s leading to the 70s, we're now in another century. And where has the cars gone? I struggle with the overall holistic approach of the Limavady Road, which seems not to be talked about. This is going to be impacted on any development that is going to be planned or is in progress within the Limavady Road. Rudy has alluded to Edmonton Park. He's alluded to the facilities in Foyle Arena. There are lots of submissions now in for additional buildings within the Edmonton Centre and for other residents or other homes under present construction on this road. And let's not forget about the A6 coming in and the proposed houses at Grantia. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin. Is there any other questions for either Martin or Rudy? Alderman McClintock? Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks, first of all, to Rudy for your presentation. I mean, your points are very well made. There's been a lot of information come at us today, but thank you for your presentation. And just my question is probably to Martin, because I have a list of questions to ask the officer in a few minutes. But you mentioned that your house is one of the 2 that this road is going to go in between these 2 houses. In regards even to feasibility displays there, has there been any conversation about that with yourself, or will traffic literally be coming up to your fence or wall or whatever and having to turn out onto the road there?
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. Yes, I have raised that with my own visibility display lines. I actually submitted photographs of we are a house with 3 cars, and we park across the existing near the gateway that's presently there. And I highlighted and I had the cars lined up and showed there would be visible display issues, but they said no, that's addressed and that's acceptable. I fail to see that. I fail to see that, particularly for the traffic emerging trying to turn out left if I park 3 cars along the street. The other side going to the right would not be so bad, but it's with coming out of this junction and turning left to go past my house. Yes, I have sent that, but I'm not comfortable with the DFI's response.
Okay, Councillor Dobbins.
Thank you, Chair, and it is a comment, it's not a question, but addressed to yourself. I am a member of the Planning Committee now for 9 years, and I agree with Rudy that the planning portal is so difficult to negotiate. I myself had to ask the assistance of a planning officer last week to assist me to get on to see plans of a development. So, if I'm having that trouble, then how do we expect the ordinary Joe Blogs out there to get on and have a look without having public consultations in place? Thank you.
Thanks, our Councillor Dobbins, and I know your comments have been noted, and I know I have had discussions with the head of planning in advance of this meeting around concerns that had been raised around the planning portal. But in respect to this application, is there any further comments or questions for Mr. Moore or Mr. Rogers? Okay, I'm going to move on now and invite the agent, Adam Larkin and Sean Foy, to address the committee.
Sorry, just bear with me 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair and committee members. I'd just like to start by pointing out the issue of the number of objections. 500 objections have been recorded, but I would like to emphasise it's from 32 households here, and we just need to make that point very, very clear. There's a lot of repeat objections. It's been a long application, but the objections are coming from 32 households. So as we're aware, a predetermination hearing was held in relation to this application back on the 9th of September. The purpose of the hearing was to afford objectors the opportunity to fully air their concerns in respect of the development to committee members, which primarily related to traffic, impact, site layout, and noise. At the meeting, a number of queries were raised with DFI Roads by both members and objectors, to which they were unable to respond to at the time. A site visit was also requested by members and has taken place to allow them to gain a better understanding of the issues involved. Since the hearing, DFI Roads have provided 2 detailed responses, one to the committee and one in respect of specific objection letters received after the PDH. In summary, DFI Roads have once again reconsidered the traffic impact of the proposal in great detail and in accordance with planning policy and design guidance. So far as existing levels of congestion on Limavady Road are concerned, DFI Roads have confirmed that an appropriate baseline has been used to consider the traffic impact of the proposal, which takes into account approved developments which preceded the application as it is required to do. Their conclusion remains that the impact of the proposed development on existing traffic levels is so low that they could not sustain an objection on congestion grounds. In terms of the narrowing of Limavady Road down to 7.3 metres, DFI Roads clearly set out that this width meets the design criteria for this classification of road. The reduction in width is caused by the widening of a 475-metre stretch of footpath along this section of Limavady Road proposed by the applicant. Its purpose is to improve the extremely poor visibility displays for traffic exiting Ebrington Park and Rockport Park from 2.4 by 8 metres and 2.4 by 19 metres to a massive 2.4 by 70 metres. The proposed upgrade represents a huge safety improvement and one that I cannot overstate for the existing 130 houses that use these junctions every day and for another 20 houses whose driveways access out onto the Limavady Road. Objectors, and it's quite clear, have simply chosen to ignore this massive safety improvement that will be provided by the development, and it is an improvement that members cannot ignore. So far as the ability of Ebrington Park and Rockport Park to be able to accommodate traffic from the development as it travels to and from Limavady Road, DFI Roads point out that the current width of these roads keeps speeds under 20 miles an hour, and the widening of these roads, as the objectors are suggesting, would only increase traffic speeds in this residential area and is not therefore recommended. In summary, DFI Roads have assessed and reassessed this application in great detail and gone to extraordinary lengths to consider and respond to traffic-related concerns. They are of the opinion that the proposal will result in a significant improvement for existing residents of Rockport Park, Ebrington Park, and Limavady Road, and on this basis are content with the proposed development. Your planning officials have considered the proposed application and each of the objections received in considerable detail for a number of years. They consider, based on the advice received from consultees, that the application is compliant with the local development plan and regional planning policy statements and should be approved subject to a number of conditions. We respectfully request that you endorse this recommendation. The considerable traffic safety improvements offered up by this proposal are significant, and the resulting benefit to existing residents cannot be ignored or discounted by members. At present, as I said earlier, the displays are extremely poor, 2.4 by 8 metres and 2.4 by 19 metres. These are going to be improved up on the Limavady Road to 2.4 by 70 metres. So every single house which uses these roads every day to get out onto the Limavady Road is going to benefit as a result of this. The other points that were raised there just briefly by the objectors, it said there that number 29 Ross Bay will have the access road running down the side of it. Well, I mean, number 29 Ross Bay simply just becomes a corner site, which obviously there are hundreds and hundreds around the area. It becomes a corner site with the road running down the side. In terms of the impacts upon the visibility display there is no development proposed that would go into his existing visibility displays. So that particular query, I'm just a wee bit confused about. So look, members, on that basis, I'd offer myself and Mr. Sean Foy, the applicant's traffic consultants, we're available to respond to any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Larkin. On that note, I know that Alderman McClintock has indicated that she had a question, but before I bring Alderman McClintock in, I note that Councillor Harkin has made an indication that he's not participating in this vote. I just want to get clarity from Councillor.
Sorry, Chair, that was me.
Or sorry, Councillor Gallagher again. Apologies. Councillor Gallagher, are you declaring an interest or
participate in the predetermination hearing?
Okay. Oh, no, I accept that. Alderman McClintock, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Larkin, for your presentation and your attendance here today. Just two very brief questions. We heard a short time ago there about the consultation that took place down in the Waterfoot Hotel. Now, I can't remember, I think a year was mentioned, but I think it's a considerable time ago. Has there been no desire from the developer to have an updated consultation if things have changed over the years, which might have reassured some of the people, not only of this area, but of the whole Limavady Road area? And the second question, I would want to, or comment I would want to make is, I just want to check that you actually said that the traffic passing Rockport Park at that point travels at 20 miles an hour. I just want to make sure I heard that right, because it's not what I would have thought from my own experience, but just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McClintock, for those questions. The first one in relation to the consultation, which was held in 2016, because of the application being considered a major application, that is a statutory requirement that is carried out, which I'm sure you are aware. Once that was completed, the application was then lodged. And just because once that public consultation is held, that is not the end of the road in terms of allowing objectors to make representations in respect of the proposal. The planning application process obviously allows them to do that. And I mean, this is a very, very good example of an application where it has gone in and issues have been raised quite rightfully by both roads and by objectors in terms of traffic safety. And what the application process allows is for amendments to be made to the application, to the design, in order to address those types of concerns. And over a 4-year process, that has taken place. Every time there has been a change, the application has been re-advertised. There have been letters sent out, and I know there's been hundreds, probably thousands of letters sent out to the local residents in the area in respect of the changes that have been made. So whilst there may not have been a developer-led public consultation event, there certainly has been notification of local residents that there are changes, and these changes are obviously designed to improve traffic safety. So there's an opportunity there for comments to be made as part of the planning application, which are taken into account just as they are as part of a public consultation process. So the fact that, as I say, there hasn't been one that's been repeated, that does not mean that the developer is not listening, is not making changes, and is not affording the opportunity for people to comment on the application. In relation to the second point there on the 20 miles an hour, that I'm referring to the speeds on Ross Bay and Ebrington Park, on Ebrington Park and Rockport Park, as you travel down from the Limavady Road down to the site. Those are estimated at around 20 miles an hour by road surface. I'm not talking about the Limavady Road speeds. And the conclusion of road service, of DFI roads, was that, okay, the roads meet the standards. They are narrow, they meet the standards. If they are widened, that will increase traffic speeds going down that road, and as a result, they do not recommend that they are widened because the narrowness actually keeps speeds to an acceptable level. Thank you.
Just to comment very briefly, just to say, I think that there was a missed opportunity in having a consultation. I wouldn't for a moment suggest that you're not listening to the residents of the area, but I think it's a missed opportunity that there wasn't a public consultation. Nothing beats coming in and seeing the photographs and being able to engage with the developer direct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hilary. Thanks, Adam, for that. Councillor Dobbins.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, Hilary approached or briefed on one of my questions there, and I do agree. You know, it's called neighbourhood relations, and if the developer kept in touch, not through a letter, but through a more personal touch, you know, maybe we wouldn't be sitting here today back and forth and back and forth. But my question is, can I ask how long it is estimated that this development will be in process, you know, from the minute you start to the end, how long that will be? And will the heavy duty lorries carrying soil and those piles and everything else, is that going to go through the existing estate? You know, I'm more than aware of Ross Bay, and it's a wee bit windy and very narrow. So, you know, big lorries like that there, that would be my concern. And I do, Mr. Larkin, agree with time restrictions. If this was to get approval today, a wee bit more stringent than what is suggested, unfortunately. But could you just answer those questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dobbins. In terms of the construction period, I cannot give you an accurate estimation as to the length of the time, unfortunately, on that. We're only allowed 2 speakers here today, so we had to choose who that was. So the architect is not with us, so unfortunately, I cannot give you a precise time frame for the construction period. Yes, I mean, lorries will have to access the site via the existing road network. There is no other way to get there. As part of what they do, I mean, they have to, you know, undertake risk assessments and so on for the construction that's being carried out. And obviously, you know, the contractors coming in, you know, have to be aware that they're going through residential areas, and as a result, you know, have to drive accordingly. It's a very, very good point, but it is one given the nature of the site, and it's like any sort of development site that has to rely on the existing road network. There's bonds also that have to be paid to ensure that no damage is done. And as I say, they have to satisfy everyone that they are going to obviously be responsible and safe in terms of their conduct on the road. The time restrictions in terms of during the day and bank holidays, the objectors had requested that they be reduced from 8 p.m. to 6 p.m. Look, we're more than happy to run with that. I think the original conditions were suggested by Environmental Health. We didn't have any input into those, so more than happy to bring those time restrictions in line with what is a more acceptable time frame. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just can I just come back on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Larkin. It's just with regard to I am disappointed that you don't know, is this going to take 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? I'm a wee bit disappointed with regard to that. But when you said the bond has to be paid, are you is the development given assurances that when it is eventually finished, that maybe the whole of Ross Bay, you know, the road that you've been travelling down for however long it's going to take, will be resurfaced, you know, resurfaced, because yeah, I can just see ahead of you the damage that's going to be done.
I think if we have the roads representatives here, that's probably something that they're better qualified to be able to respond to you on. If there's damage done, then it has to be made good. As to whether or not it would be a complete resurface, as I say, that is something that I don't know. It would obviously depend on the quality of the road once the works, you know, have been done.
Angela, are you content?
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Members, is there any other questions? Mr. Larkin? Councillor Boyle, you have a question to the roads expert. Are you asking a question to Mr. Foy, who is the transport expert on behalf of the applicant? Because just to make you aware at this stage, I know Lorraine McWilliams from DFI Roads is also available to ask any questions when we get the questions to the officer. But at this case, you have a question for the agent.
Yep. Well, I heard Mr. Larkin say that he had an inverted commas a road expert. I don't know what a road expert's called, so we'll just refer to him as a road expert, Mr. Foy. And perhaps if Lorraine's is listening on, and clearly she is, she might have a further information in relation to this, because I suppose it's in relation to some of the queries that Councillor Dobbins has made, and it's not something that I ever hear an awful lot about in terms of applications that come in front of the committee, Chair, because this one seems to be very unique. It is going through a very mature residential area with many families already located in it, and I know I know Rockport Park and Ross Bay, and for my sins, I've canvassed many streets in the city, and that happens to be one of them. From a political end, I've been around those streets a few times, so I know them well. And as a result, I actually didn't need to attend the site visit. But tell me this, if somebody can, how, because there's always assessments around parking and level of parking and traffic density, but when there's a major construction site like this, and access and egress is through a residential neighbourhood like this, how do you assess and ensure the safety of pedestrians in general, but very specifically children who may well want to be out playing in their own streets? Is that assessed? How is that assessed? Because that really is a very genuine concern that I have.
Councillor Boyle, yeah, Sean Foy here. I suppose as a roads expert, my profession is a transport planner, and so we help with obviously the front end planning. In terms of the general issue that referred to, and I think Councillor Dobbins did as well, the general works that will be undertaken on the site are managed within a construction environmental management plan. So that sets out various aspects in terms of traffic management, noise, dust control, things like that. So that is something that the main contractor will have to work to and adhere to in terms of ensuring that the impacts on the local community are managed and mitigated appropriately, and so that will be an ongoing process. In terms of the impacts on the road and things like that, as Mr. Larkin has outlined, there will be a bond put in place for any works that the developer proposes to undertake, including the new access and the proposed upgrades on the Limavady Road. And so that's put in place to ensure that the works are to an acceptable standard for roads. In terms of any other impacts, if there was damage to the road network, again, that will be dealt with by way of a mitigation plan would have to be put in place, agreed with roads in terms of any impacts. And just coming back on the specific point there, in terms of the general impact in terms of pedestrians in the local area. It certainly is something that's generally considered in terms of the local environment, and something that the roads officers would consider in terms of the general level of activity on the street network. There's certainly been several visits to the site, and as has been recorded, actually, I think Mr. Larkin referred to this issue of 20 miles an hour current speed or average speed of traffic on Ebrington Park. And that's actually in the new recorded and stated in the latest report provided by the roads officer. So the prevalent traffic speeds are generally low in the area, and certainly there would be an expectation that any additional traffic generated by the development would follow accordingly. Clearly, in any construction site where there's large goods vehicles, deliveries, etc., coming in, the safety of local pedestrians, cyclists, residents, etc., is paramount for the contractor, and is something that is continuously monitored. And I'm sure the roads department likewise would take an interest in that. And maybe finally, I'm certainly not an expert in the construction side of things, but in terms of the phasing of the development, it's reasonably clear from the information provided. There's piling, etc., and site levelling required on the site, and so the expectation would be that would obviously be carried out as one of the first and early phases of the general construction work. So that would, and I think there's been some specification of the likely number of days where the piling and so on has been included. I think it was referenced at 16 days. So I think that the site works are certainly going to be the initial phase, and that's potentially when some of the more significant HGV traffic would be expected. So I wouldn't expect that would occur over a prolonged period. So hopefully I've maybe addressed those comments of Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Mr. Foy. Councillor Boyle, see at this stage, I think it would be useful to, because I know both yourself and Councillor Dobbins had alluded to questions for the roads expert, and I know that Lorraine McWilliams is on the call. She is up for time, so I want to give Lorraine an opportunity and Alderman McClintock. I just want to get clarity. Is there any further questions for Mr. Larkin or Mr. Foy before we move on and ask and
Chair, just to say thanks for the answer, and appreciate that that Mr. Foy obviously has a particular concentration and level of expertise, but I thank him for the answer to that question, and I think it probably would be a logical thing to ask Louise for her views in relation to probably other members of other questions for her as well, if she's pushed for time.
So I'm going to, if I beg your indulgence, I'm going to invite Councillor Dobbins to come in and address and ask a question of Lorraine McWilliams from DFI Roads. Angela?
Yeah, Lorraine.
Thank you, Lorraine. Thank you, Chair. Lorraine, sorry, it was I didn't realise you were actually on the call. It's more or less the same questions. I have real concerns with regard to such a tiny zigzaggy area, and all these big lorries going down, for construction of any number of houses, right? Is there protection would need to be in place for those residents and that road? I would like, that there has to be some sort of assurances asked of the developer that when all is finished, that actually Ross Bay is not left with big potholes while there's a lovely development, further on down. Because I see it happening out my own back door, you know what I mean? So this is why it's raised up with me. And what's the well, I suppose it's for the other officers, but yeah, I just want to know that you have asked for assurances and that there is mitigation, if that's a word, in place for this to be done.
Thanks, Sandra. Lorraine?
Councillor Dobbins, and through the chair, this is a planning application, and as such, the developer and his team is entirely responsible to mitigate the impacts of the application. Now, there's a separate issue there that you're heading for is construction traffic, which Sean Foy has answered with respect to the construction management plan, the construction environment management plan. The developer or contractor will also have to take a bond out, both an Article 34C bond under the private streets order, plus it will be dealing with our section office colleagues on any deterioration or mitigate or to the network as a result of its development. I do have to add that there has been substantial backlands development in Aberdeen Park over the years, and on Limavady Road on brownfield sites, and it is part and parcel of development that there will be lorries and there will be deliveries, the same as any what would you say, works to a home. But yes, the developer under the roads order will be required to make good any damage to the network as a result of the network of his traffic to the development.
Lorraine?
Okay.
Is that okay?
You contend, Angela?
Thank you.
Yeah, can I move invite Alderman McClintock?
Chair, and I'm glad that Lorraine's on the call. It might take the pressure off Sarah, because I realise that most of these questions that I had actually were related to traffic. So I've actually got 4 points, Lorraine, if you don't mind, and because they're all related, I'll maybe ask you them all at once, and maybe the one answer you'll be able to cover them all. Just the first thing was, I at the last meeting at the predetermination asked about the traffic assessment. Now I note in the reply from DFI that took place, the last one took place in January 17 near Foyle Arena, but even the likes of Foyle College, I think, came into the Limavady Road in January 2018. So even that wouldn't have been taken into account. And I suppose what I'm wondering is, are DFI just saying there is no need for another traffic assessment to be done in this area? And I'm taking the views of people who have mentioned the holistic approach to the Limavady Road. That would be my first point. And then the second one would be that there's a reference to the pinch point, that area where there will be slightly under the, and accepted as slightly under the required statutory width of the road. But what I'm wondering is that pinch point near the existing long established car wash in the area, where there is already quite can be issues at times with backlog of traffic onto the road? So just wondering where that pinch point is. And then thirdly, I suppose the question would be just cyclists travelling to school. Now, I'm not sure, and I should have probably checked this out. You always think you know these things, but is there actually a cycle lane along Limavady Road? I understand the footpaths being widened, but children of, I believe, 11 plus actually have to cycle on the road. So I'm very concerned about a major safety issue there. And then finally, my last point related to the traffic would be, I note that DFI say that the solution of improving the junction would offer a safety improvement. But I suppose what I'm wondering is, have DFI given consent to the reduction in the road width, or is that something that the developer will now have to apply for? Thanks, Lorraine. Hope you can answer those.
That's grand. I know the order you've answered them, but that might be not or asked them, but I'm just thinking of the best order to answer them. You have talked about, in my 25th or our 25th of November response to council on the clarification of our assessment of the transport impacts of this development. And it followed on from what I told committee at the predetermination hearing, is that DFI Roads does not do traffic assessment, transport counts, or transport assessments for private developments. But what we will do is assess against what we have on record and what's been validated. I appreciate at the time of this application coming in 2016, we had sufficient counts on records and emerging counts. Now I appreciate what you're saying is, do we not update our counts now on a more regular basis, falling out of major developments and their impacts? We don't have the resource to do that, but we do monitor as and when we can for temporary counts for other major applications, Ebrington being one of them. Foyle College, yes, I appreciate the particular difficulties. I live along there myself, but the transport assessment was submitted by the agent team for the application. It was accepted. Mitigation was offered, apart from the right-hand turning lane and a contribution towards infrastructure at Dale's Corner. That I'm answering your question in a wee bit more detail than you probably need, but the answer in a nutshell is no. We don't, as a practice, update traffic counts following implementation of major developments. Your second question was the pinch point. There is no pinch point. There was a typo in the drawing, which the agent team has rectified, I understand. And there will be no narrowing below 7.3 metres. For cyclists, I can tell yourself and the committee now that the department, as was mentioned and stated at the DFI Roads presentation to the Environmental and Regeneration Committee in December, the department has plans to construct a shared cycle footway along Limavady Road from Foyle College to Foyle Arena on the Ebrington side, and this will be segregated from the footway and it will be at least 3 metres wide. This is a detailed design stage with my network planning colleagues or network development colleagues in traffic at the minute, and it as well requires, as part of its detailed design, a departure from standard. And departure from standard, as you know, is if we are reducing or relaxing the design standards on a trunk road. Subject to a successful design process and a successful outcome on the departure from standard, it's planned, the funding is there, and it is planned that will be on site during the 21-22 financial year. The departure from standard is being applied for because it will reduce Limavady Road's width below 7.3 metres. So that's why it's the project depends on a successful departure from standard. And while it is designed by my network development colleagues and our consultant partner, it then is subject to the independent check within our engineering, the DFI's engineering support branch in Clarence Court, who will review and approve the departure from standard or not. So that's what's in the pipeline for cyclists by the department over the next few years. With your query about who approves departure from standard, those are submitted to, and in the case of this planning application, submitted to our engineering support branch in Clarence Court by the agent team. They review independently and they approve, they say yay or nay. That's all the answers to those questions.
Thank you. Could I say, Chair, just I appreciate your honesty, Lorraine, that there are no resources there to do the traffic impact assessment in a holistic way. And I think that's the first time I think that I've ever heard that. I appreciate your honesty there. It's obviously one I think that we need to take up with the DFI Minister, and certainly will be doing, because I don't think it's sufficient that it's left to developers to do the traffic assessment and send it in to road service, but that's where we are. Thanks very much, anyway.
Excuse me one more moment, Alderwoman McClintock. There's a difference between us updating traffic counts as a means of improving our, our knowledge and monitoring flows on the network. There's a difference between that, which is, I accept that's something that in an ideal world with all the resources that we need, we could do better at. There's a difference between that and a planning application, and it is a requirement that planning applications, as you'll know, are developer led, and as part of that, the developer and his team is required to submit an assessment in support of the application. DFI Roads assesses that against, and we don't do transport assessments. I just want to make that clarification. Okay, is that all right?
Very much for that. And I suppose the point I'm making is that it's not looked at holistically, it's looked at on a case by case basis. But thank you for that.
Thank you, Alderman McClintock, and thanks, Lorraine, for that. Is there any further questions for Lorraine? No? Lorraine, just before you go, because there is a few queries that I have myself.
Chair, I'm okay. I'm here until the security man puts me out, so you're all right.
I know, but I didn't want to. I don't want to miss the opportunity. But just I know some of the contributors to today's meeting had referred to a compulsory purchase order that DFI the DFI undertook a way back in terms of the increase the width of the road. I know we're learning today that there's plans to reduce the width of the road even further. I just want to know in your own terms, because they reduce the width even further to accommodate a cycle path. I want to know in your own terms, how can we be assured that the trunk road, which is the Limavady Valley Road, isn't going to be impacted to such an extent where it's going to become almost unusable, because that's with this continuing narrowing, and how does that sit in line with the need to carry out a compulsory purchase order to increase the width of the road in the past?
I appreciate that. I answered that as one of the objections, and I am aware from staff who have since retired that there was a plan many years ago. I can't give any information, nor can any current staff, because it predates it. So whatever plan there would have been in the 60s and 70s to, and I was aware that it was to bring a parallel route from King Street roundabout and bring it out somewhere about Cluny, Caw roundabout. It didn't happen, so that's closed. With respect to narrowing Limavady Road for the cycleway, you'll appreciate that the Minister's Active Travel Initiative, and there's a high focus on that at the minute. That's a detailed design stage, and I can't speak for, you'll understand I can't speak for the designers and my traffic colleagues, but I can say I have discussed it with them on Monday to get an update, because I felt it needed to be addressed, introduced to this as not for any debate, but to let you know that this is in progress. But yes, factors including public transport. What happens when arrangements for when Foyle Bridge is closed, or there is a collision, or whatever other reason that Foyle Bridge has to be closed. All the things that are pushed onto Limavady Road as a trunk road and a link between the A5 and the A2 and the northern corridor to the port. Yes, that is being considered. But I can't say any more than that, because I don't want to undermine my colleagues on it. But I will be reporting back to them on this discussion, or this committee meeting.
So I know, and I appreciate your response. Just in relation to this specific application, the proposal to narrow the road or to extend the footway, would that have any impact on the active travel proposal that has been worked up by your colleagues? And I suppose that's what I want to know in a yes or no answer. Will this have any impact? Will it reduce the standard of the road to an unacceptable level?
The two applications, or sorry, the two intentions do the same thing. The planning application will improve the visibility displays, widen the footway to an extent, but still retains the width of the Limavady Road carriageway to 7.3 metres, which is full standard for a single carriageway high speed trunk road, which is what Limavady Road is categorised as. Sorry, I'm stuttering here because I know the design standards have moved on, but 7.3 is the minimum. And when the departure from standard that the applicant team submitted to our engineering support was being considered, the balance of improving the visibility displays from the junctions against retaining the width of Limavady Road to the minimum standard, it was decided that the balance was such that there was sufficient improvement by still maintaining the 7.3 metres. So that's the planning application. What I'm saying is that the department has an intention, and it's for no other reason to make you aware, because I don't want us to be disingenuous on this and it appear to be a surprise in 3 months' time. But what the department is planning to do is to construct a combined cycle footway at least 3 metres wide, which will reduce the width of Limavady Road at locations below 7.3 metres. They're not connected, but they do the same thing to various extents, but the application maintains the 7.3 metres. Hopefully that's clear.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. Lorraine, it was I missed the point when it was a combined cycle footway. I thought it was a combined cycle roadway. So that's can I bring Councillor Boyle in?
Point of clarity for Lorraine. I think I got it, but for my benefit, perhaps for others as well. Sorry, Chair. My iPad's playing up. Can you hear me okay, Chair? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Lorraine, just a point of clarity, and you know, I think we all understand and appreciate the idea of the active travel schemes right across the north and indeed in our city. And of course, we do want to encourage people to get out of their vehicles and walk and cycle and all of that, and that's one for the future. But are you saying, in effect, that should it be agreed that the active travel scheme on this part of the Limavady Road be agreed upon, that in reality, in the future, maybe a little bit in the future from now, that Limavady Road, if that's approved, the Limavady Road will be narrowed anyway? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah. And would it be narrowed even more than the proposal that's ahead of us?
Yes.
Okay, that's grand. 2 straightforward yeses. Thanks, Lorraine.
You're welcome.
Anything else for Lorraine? Okay, I'm going to move on now to questions to the officer. Is there any questions to officer members? Alderman McCondick?
Thank you, Chair. And I'm actually looking down my list and thinking I'll probably end up making a comment, because I had a load of questions for the officer originally, but a lot of them have been answered during the course of this last hour. But I want to just say, first of all, thanks, Sarah, for a very detailed presentation, and the fact that you responded to so many of the late information items in your report, which actually saved a lot of questions. You'll be glad to hear. I'm quite alarmed at some of the things that I'm hearing today. I mean, I'm hearing there now the answer to that last question about further narrowing of the road. We're also hearing now there's no pinch point. Yet in a report it was stated, I believe, that there was a pinch point. That's good, obviously. I'm concerned about the widening of the footpath, which means taking away from the road. I'm concerned about the road safety issues. I'm concerned about the issues between the two houses, Mr. Rogers' house and the other one as well. I'm also concerned about the reply about the consultation, which I think really is inadequate. And although this is way out of my comfort zone, I have concerns about the piling and the building up of that land. And I suppose it's not a question, Sarah, but I suppose I appreciate the fact that I was the only person who turned up on the site visit, and that we were there on early on a December morning. And unfortunately, schools were off because of the COVID situation and roads were very, very quiet there. Just want to thank you for that. But I suppose what I'm really saying is that I could not support this application today. There's not really a question in that. I think there's been a lot of negative. So thank you anyway for all the information.
Okay, and just quickly to pick up on your point in relation to the site visit, I know a lot of us are very familiar with that particular site, and I know the site visit was conducted under COVID regulations, and I know members were advised that the site visit was available to those who needed it. But given the fact that others didn't attend, I'm assuming that they're familiar with the site. Councillor Dobbins.
Could I just say very briefly, Chair, I'd be very familiar with Limavady Road, Ross Bay and Everton. What I wasn't familiar with was the actual development site down at the bottom, which was why I attended. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry.
Apologies, Angela. I missed Councillor Harkin.
That's all right.
Councillor Harkin.
Go ahead, Councillor Dobbins. I'll go after you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much, Sean. Sean, Sarah, I'm leaning towards everything that Hilary has said here. I have so many. I really appreciate the report. It was so in depth, and whilst I didn't attend the site visit either, because of all health, but I'm more than familiar with that area. I was just wondering, you see, with regard to the conditions, right? I don't know what way this is going to go. I really don't. But with regard to the conditions, the road conditions or the timing conditions of construction, right? I don't even think 8 o'clock to 6 o'clock is sufficient. I would have left at maybe even to 9, with view, Chair, that there's a secondary school, a primary school in the area, and when our kids go back to school, wherever that will be, this is going to be a highly congested area with school buses and everything else. And on top of that, you're going to have large construction lorries and everything that comes with a construction of this caliber. So I would like to ask for that condition to be changed even from 9 o'clock until 6, and 9 until 1 o'clock, or even 8 until 1 on a Saturday, because the schools aren't there. I'm very, very conscious too that there's a nursing home in that area in Deansfield. So, you have pedestrians, you have people going down there and taking the elderly, and the staff would take the elderly out in wheelchairs, up along that road and everything. So I'm very conscious of the road safety there, Chair, as for road users and pedestrians. So the another thing I would ask, not to keep you back, with Sarah, could a condition be added on there too with regard to wheel washing? And because it is going through a residential area, when you have those big lorries going in, they're clicking up all the mud and those tires and everything else, and then going back up the hill again. So a wheel wash be there at the entrance of the site, so that those wheels are washed down, leaving it to go back up onto the main road. And wherever possible, and there needs be a regular cleaning of that Ross Bay Road, for residents who are inconvenienced, because that's what it is. And That's all, Chair. As I say, I would like, maybe a further conditions, to be added in there. I don't know what way this vote is going, but I do share the sentiment of Alderman McClintock. Thank you.
Okay, Sarah, can we pick up on those?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Councillor Dobbins, with regards to condition number 17, it's the timing condition. I mean, conditions, if members were minded to approve, it's within your remit, obviously, to amend that proposed condition if you feel that it's necessary. That's a matter for yourselves. And again, I suppose that's the same with regards to the wheel washing at the entrance of the site. If you consider that that should be a condition, if members were minded to approve it, that condition could be placed in any decision going forward. Thank you.
Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, this discussion has been going on for way longer than I've been a councillor here. So there's other people that are more familiar with it. And as the Chair said, look, this is a well-known area in Derry that people will be familiar with. So for Sarah, thank you again for your detailed presentation. And so I had a few questions. I mean, from a council perspective, I mean, I don't know if this is, but to tell people we don't know when this project is going to end, that is quite concerning to me. So that's not already established as a condition is very, very worrying. So because it could last 5 years, 10 years, so that would be concern. Two, there is the issue of building on sand here, and I think that's been flagged already, but that is you're not supposed to build in sand. That's my understanding, or you don't build in sand. Or the third one is just I know maybe there was an attempt to kind of maybe diminish the objectors, but that there is a reality that there is a lot of objections. And does that present an overall concern here, given that these are the people who have to live there and are going to be dealing with whatever decision we make today as a council? And then my last question would just be, like, this does seem to me that it will change the residential area in terms of having another, an area that right now is not congested, and I mean that the area where the houses would be built, that area will become a congested area, and that will change the kind of spacing of the area, and it'll change the residential experience that people have. So I'm wondering if you can just come back on that. Thanks.
Okay, through the Chair. Councillor Harkin, I suppose the first point that you've raised there is about timing regarding the ending of the project. That is not something we can condition. It would be unreasonable in terms of the conditions test to put an ending time on a permission. What we are able to put a condition on for is that the start time has to be within, for a full application, that they have to commence their development within 5 years, but it would be unreasonable to put an end time on any planning permission. With regards to your second point regarding the sand and the stability of the slope, Council's own building control section have assessed in detail the stability report and the two addendums, foundation plans, the pilot risk assessment, and they are, I suppose, the experts when it comes to building control matters, which much of this actually falls into. Some of it does fall into building control. So Council's building control section and officers have confirmed to us that it has been demonstrated that there is an acceptable design solution for building on the site in this location, and that has all been taken into consideration and it's set out within the report. With regards to your comment made with, in relation to the objections, yes, there are over 500 objections, but as stated in the report and also by Mr. Larkin, the objections are from 32 properties. Officers have given full consideration to the 513 objections. Each one has been taken, assessed, fully considered, as well as all of the late items that were submitted prior to the predetermination hearing and the objections that came in after the predetermination hearing, and also the late item objections which were submitted in advance of this report. So, I mean, officers have given proper assessment and consideration of each of the objections, and that's really all that I can say on that matter. In relation to your point that the area will be changed and will be more congested, and I suppose the residential area will change down there. Officers' assessment is that this is unzoned land within the settlement limit. It complies with all the planning policy. Yes, your concern is noted, but in terms of planning policy, the area plan, a housing layout assessment, the roads assessment, and all of the objections, in officers' view, all elements have been considered, and that is why we've recommended approval of the application. So I hope that provides some clarification.
Councillor Harkin, are you content?
Thank you, Sarah.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair. Can I also join in with others, Sarah, and first off, thanking you for an extremely thorough report. I know that our officers have been working on this for very, very considerable time, and I appreciate that all objections and queries have been dealt with in the very professional manner that they have been dealt with. And can I also just remark on the very, very quick turnaround of answers to queries that came in overnight or yesterday afternoon. I mean, the level of concentration and work have been under that. So again, congratulations to you and all responsible for providing us with those particular details today, because I certainly think it did shorten a lot of the question and answer session. Certainly answered a lot of my questions, but I've still got two. And it's in relation to something that was raised by one of the objectors, and that was this the reference to the inverted commas difference of opinion between our planning department and DFI as to what was in inverted commas and what is a major development. Can we clear that up? What is and what isn't a major development in relation to planning applications of this nature? And then secondly, and I was hunting through the report, and maybe your memory will serve you better because you've been working on it solid. When was the actual traffic survey carried out? And supplementary to that, is there any stipulation or any statutory time period in policy which might dictate that a further survey might have to be carried out? Do you know where I'm coming from there? Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's my two questions, Chair. The rest have all been answered via queries from colleagues here, and the answers provided to questions and queries and objections again overnight from the residents and others. So that's it, Chair. Thank you, and again, thanks.
Okay. Sorry, Chair.
Oh, go ahead, Chair.
The first question there was the difference of opinion and what was classified, excuse me, as a major development. So within the development management regulations, there are a number of different classifications. So in terms of housing, a major development is 50 housing units or more. But because this application is classed as what's in the regulations as an urban development project, a major development, it can also be classified as a major development depending on the site area. So the site area of this application is 2.7 hectares, which makes this, in terms of the development management regulations, a major development because of the site area, but not because of the housing numbers proposed, if that clarifies that. Your question then about when the traffic survey was carried out. As far as I'm aware, it was 2017. Maybe Lorraine can correct me on that if I'm wrong. And you questioned if there was any policy provision for, say, if a traffic survey is considered out of date. There is no policy provision within PPS 3 for a further survey to be carried out. So I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Yep. If somebody can provide the clarity around the 2017 mark, but
Yeah, I can clarify that for you through the chair. The the count for this application was actually carried forward from the Foyle College transport assessment, and that was allowed at the time in mid 2016 because transport assessment guidelines allow us to accept counts up to 3 years old, provided there hasn't been substantial and significant development or changes. And we were able to confirm with ongoing counts for other matters along the Land Valley Road, the most recent one being the 2017 count. The 2017 count served to eliminate that in combination, right, I'm being put out shortly, in combination with the counts growth and committed development, that the impact of this development, i.e. the application under consideration, reduced. It became lower because the baseline was getting higher. So we can accept counts up to 3 years old, but we will ask for them to be repeated if necessary and if practicable. And the count for this one was brought forward from the Foyle College transport assessment, which is acceptable, and then it was confirmed and substantiated and assessed as part of our assessment and review of the whole application. I hope that answers you.
And that was 2017, yeah?
That's correct.
I'm very conscious of the fact there's a security man hovering over you there, Lorraine. So that was 2017.
You're all right. He has a lot of lights to put off first and doors to lock. You're okay.
Oh, that's grand. That answers my question. Can I just go back to Sarah briefly, Chair?
Go and just get to the question.
Aye, well, that's what I'm trying to get to. So basically, what we're saying here is that the council considered it a major development because of the size of the area that's being developed. And why do Transport in Northern Ireland not consider it a major development? Then how do they measure it?
We measure it on the amounts of units that impact traffic. So while land area and a site may be I forget, is it over a hectare? There may be only 2 dwellings on it, or in this case 33 dwellings. It is usual to consider the trigger for a full transport assessment as 100 dwellings for that, and that's the difference between us. And I do, as Sarah very well explained, the number of units as well in planning terms is 50 to be considered major. Hopefully that's right, Sarah.
That's great, Lorraine. Thanks for hanging on to answer that for me. Appreciate it.
Members, because I'm conscious that there's more and more members that have been dropping off the call, who would have otherwise wished to have taken part in the vote on this. Councillor Kelly.
Thanks, Chair. It's just one question. If I could get it, because it has been raised in terms of consultation. I'm trying to kind of square the circle, that there hasn't been sufficient consultation, yet at the same time, this application has received the highest level ever of consultation responses. But in terms of a comment that has been made, and just to answer it, because it has been raised, that there was amended plans that didn't go out to consultation. I wonder, could Sarah just clarify that those, if there were amended plans received, that they did go out to publication and they were notified to the residents?
Through the chair, the drawing that was referenced that had a typo error on the Article 634C drawing, it was just a typo error. No one was prejudiced. The drawing was received by the agent following them reading my report, where I had pinpointed that there was a slight pinch point on the previous drawing. No neighbours have actually been prejudiced with this amendment because the actual measurement on the road has not changed. It was simply a typo error. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair. Thank
you. Any further comments, members? So no further questions. I don't know. There's been a few people who have alluded to making a proposal, but and the first of which was Alderman McClantic. Alderman McClantic, do you wish to come on?
So I was just trying to type it on there, Chair. my proposal would be that we don't accept the officer's recommendation to approve. Thank you.
Alderman McClintock, I'm going to need to ask you for a planning reason.
The reasons would be the reasons that I highlighted earlier. I think there's been inadequate consultation. I think there's road safety issues, and I'm not going to be very good at giving you an actual number for this as regards planning. The narrowing of the road safety issues, the fact that there is a footpath being widened, but the road has been narrowed. That would be the reasons that I would say that I wish to not approve the application.
Okay, and I'm not being awkward in terms of asking for a planning reason. I just know that
I understand
that as a council we would need to be able to stand over any decision that we've taken. So we do have a proposal. Is there anyone that's willing to second that?
I'll second it.
Yes, Councillor Dobbins. Members, I know we've deliberated on this for quite some time. We've had a predetermination hearing, and there's been a considerable amount of late information that's been considered as part of this application, even though it's dates back to 2016. So before I call it to a vote, I'm going to. I want to ask Alderman McClintock, because I would agree with a lot of the points that she's been making, but can I suggest a further refusal reason? And it's on the basis of it being out of character, and because the level of engineering required, they bring they allow for this proposed development to take place would be out of character to the existing developments in and around Ross Bay. And I think in terms of a refusal reason, it would be remiss of us not to include it as one of the reasons for taking our decision. And before I go to a vote, I'm going to ask Councillor or Alderman McClintock, do you want to come back on that?
Just say happy to accept that as additional reasons. Thank you, Christopher.
Councillor Hargan.
Well, thanks, Chair. I mean, I was just going to offer, I think that there's PPS 7 seems to me applicable here in terms of the change in the established residential area. Planning Policy Statement 8 on space, sport and outdoor recreation would fit this, as would PPS 3, access, movement and parking. So I think you could make an argument on all three of those as well. That could challenge the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Hargan. Members, is there any further comments before we move on to a vote? And I want to acknowledge the input from Lorraine McWilliams. I know she's just indicated in the chat box that she needs to leave. Members, is there any further comments before we go to a vote? No.
Can I just get, sorry.
Councillor Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, just a little bit of clarification on the roads one, because we've been advised in the course of this consideration of this application that DFI roads are considering a further reduction in the width of the road to introduce a cycle lane and a cycle footway joint. Well, I'm just in terms of the validity of using that to try and overturn the recommendation, just a little bit of clarification on that point.
Chair, just as a point of clarity, maybe I misheard it, Dan, but Lorraine did say that it was actually the footway, not the road, that the footway was getting like a co-joined pedestrian and cycle. It wasn't actually the road.
Do you want me to clarify,
yeah.
Chair?
Well, Lorraine, yeah, go ahead.
Intention is subject to satisfactory design. The department's intention is subject to satisfactory design and a successful departure from standard application, that the footway along the Edbricton side of Limavady Road from Foyle College to Foyle Arena will be widened for the most part to at least 3 meters wide. And in order to do that, the road will be narrowed in places below 7.3 meters. And while that's not connected with this planning application, it will serve to improve cycle and footway connections and also improve visibility displays and safety along Limavady Road. And I'm telling you that because it's similar, but it's not connected. While this application will reduce the road width to 7.3, the department's intention is to reduce it further. Hopefully that's clear, Chair.
It's crystal clear and extremely helpful. Thank you, Lorraine.
If it's not connected, Chair, if it's not connected then to this application, then our overturn of the officer's recommendation has got nothing to do with the new information that Lorraine has just given us.
Okay, Councillor Robbins, I know Councillor Kelly asked for clarity, and with all due respect, Anki asked for clarity from one of the officers. Does anyone want to come on in relation to the grounds on which we're proposing to overturn the officer's recommendation?
Chair, while the officers are deliberating over that, can I just make a point? And I see exactly where Councillor Kelly's coming from.
Yeah.
If we include, and again, this is for the benefit of officers who are deliberating, if we include something here that says that we're not terribly keen on widening the footpath, and then subsequent to that, there is a consultation put out there by DFI to widen the footpath and also add a cycle lane and narrow the road. In future, I can see where we may well actually be housed by our own petard. That may well not be helpful to have that conversation now, but that's the reality of what we'd be looking at in future. And there are other reasons for overturning the officer recommendation present.
No, I would agree, and that's so. I suppose what Councillor Kelly has asked for is in terms of a bit of clarity in that respect. And is there anybody from their officer team available to provide that clarity?
Through the chair, I don't really understand what clarity is being requested from officers. Sorry.
Okay. And I don't want to put words in Councillor Kelly's mouth. So, Councillor Kelly, do you wish to come on?
Chair, I've got the clarification that I required just in terms of it, but I suppose at the core of the question I was asking was my doubts over using the roads, congestion, and the footway expansion as an objection to overturning the recommendation to approve, because I have an absolute sense that this is going to go to the PAC and this is going to look very weak whenever they look at this, and they'll look at the deliberations that took place in terms of the transcript and see the advice we were given by DFI, which is they intend to do this anyway, and indeed go beyond what's proposed in this. That's I suppose just to kind of frame it where I was thinking whenever I raised the question.
Chair, I suppose from officers' point of view, we have set out in great detail and discussion Officer's recommendation to approve the application, given the advice of all our consultees and taking account of all the information and objections that have been received to date. We can't, I suppose, it's up to members as to what refusal reasons they wish to put forward. And members have heard from DFI about the potential scheme that is in place there that may come to fruition in the future. That is not a reason as to why we are approving this or not, considering that it doesn't comply with PPS 3. But it is a consideration, it's a material consideration that members, if they wish to put weight on it. That's all the advice I can give or the clarification at this stage.
I really appreciate that, Andre. Thank you. Councillor Dobbins.
Thank you, Chair, in light of that, I have seconded Alderman McClintock's proposal to overturn the officer's decision. Now, whilst Hilary, like myself, don't know the PPSs and everything else that comes with it, but we know it in English, in plain English, and I believe it's against the character of the area, as you had alluded to earlier on. So therefore, I think that is sufficient enough a policy to have it overturned. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. Members, officers have heard the discussion in quite a lot of detail. There's a proposal in front of us, proposed by Alderman McClintock, seconded by Councillor Dobbins. They not accept the officer's recommendation, they approve, but they refuse application. Members, is there anybody who doesn't agree with that with that proposal? I note that Councillor McKinney has indicated that he had to leave, and Councillor Mellon had indicated that they had to leave. But everybody else, can I assume that that proposal is unanimous?
Just
from everybody. And apologies, Councillor Gallagher. Yeah, your abstention has been recorded. So I'm assuming that is unanimous. So that application has been refused.
Chair, just for clarity, I don't think Councillor Gallagher has to abstain. He wasn't at the PDH, so he wouldn't have been allowed to vote one way or the other, so he doesn't have to abstain. But the city solicitor advises, but we've had that one before.
Okay, the vote's been taken, and Councillor Gallagher has abstained. So, members, as that application has been refused, and we're going to move on that basis. Members, our standing orders require us they adjourn the meeting at this point and reconvene tomorrow. I'm conscious that that we had indicated to that we would try and get through item number 5 today. I want to just offer my apologies to any interested parties, the speakers, in respect to that application, and can assure them that application will be heard first tomorrow. And so, with that, my members, I want to adjourn the meeting at this point, and hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow at the same time. Thanks, members.
Thanks, Chair. Same time, same place tomorrow.